hovercraft?
I don't think so.
Believe it or not, years ago, my neighbor, this crazy neighbor, moved in. They built this weird house in the neighborhood, and this dude had like a personal hovercraft.
Yeah.
Like a smaller unit.
I've seen those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I, as a kid.
Was it fun?
It's pretty cool.
Awesome.
You felt like you were in a big game of air hockey.
And they make gigantic ones.
Yeah.
Like the ferries will carry, cars on them and stuff. So, all right, anyhow, enough about hovercrafts.
Enough about hovercrafts.
Ellen DeGeneres opens up about the impact of her Hollywood downfall in her farewell stand-up special For Your Approval, airing on Netflix. Addressing the toxic workplace allegations from 2020, Ellen joked about how people said she was mean and shared how the scandal led her to seek therapy. She said, I was in therapy for a while trying to deal with all the hatred that was coming at me, adding that even her therapist found it an unusual situation. She talked about her struggles with depression and anxiety following the controversy, humorously recalling how she first learned that she was the, quote, most hated person in America. Ellen admitted that therapy really helped her process the intense public backlash. Reflecting on her talk show, she acknowledged the fun, game-filled atmosphere she tried to create, but noted that her actions, like scaring her staff, may have been misunderstood. While she didn't, and scaring, I think she meant like jump scares.
Yes, yeah.
While she didn't directly address the workplace allegations in the special, Ellen joked about how she's been kicked out of show business before when she came out as gay in 1997. She hinted that she might be ousted again because she's now the triple crown, old, mean, and gay. Ultimately, DeGeneres remains reflective about the experience and the impact it had on her mental health. So that's out on Netflix if you want to see it. Despite the drama and fallout from the domestic violence arrest of Artem Chigvintsev on August 29th, charges will not be brought against the Dancing with the Stars pro. The Napa County District Attorney's Office announced yesterday that Chigvintsev will not be charged after careful evaluation of the evidence presented of the incident between the dancer and his wife, Nikki Garcia. District Attorney Allison Haley said in a press release, while we take every arrest seriously and stand firmly against domestic violence, we have an ethical obligation to only file charges when supported by the evidence. Less than 2 weeks after the incident, Garcia started divorce proceedings, and the couple are currently working out custody of their 4-year-old son, Mateo. So no charges.
No charges.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Earlier this week, Tia Mowry, remember Tia and Tamara?
Yes.
She was bemoaning, not boning. She was boning some dude in the hallway
Is that what you're
of
going
Nickelodeon.
I'm going to have to put on a strap on if you don't mind.
No, she was bemoaning
Sister!
the fact that she and Sister Tamara were no longer close, a comment that saddened longtime fans of the twin sisters.
It saddened me.
Now, though, Tia is walking the comments back slightly. She talked to Us Weekly and said that she clarified she was referring to physical distance and not the state of their relationship, saying that while she lives in Los Angeles, Tamara lives in Napa with her family. She said, I feel like we grow up, we all start our own families, and their children need to lean on them. We begin to take on new roles and responsibilities within our lives.
Learn on me.
And that is what that was all about, she said.
But I read a quote that seemed to suggest that they were estranged, not geographically. So I don't know, maybe she's trying to cover it up a little bit.
Nick has just pulled up their Instagram account. They both look gorgeous. Like they have aged like fine wine. So let's see. Season 21, The Bachelor star Vanessa Grimaldi revealed that she recently suffered a miscarriage. Posted on her Instagram story with the goal of engaging with other women who had suffered through the same circumstances. She said, I wasn't sure how to share this, but I knew I wanted to. I knew I wanted to help other women feel less alone in their miscarriage journey. And I know the shock, the pain, the confusion, the feeling of hopelessness and uncomfortable. When are you having another conversation all too well? What?
When are you having another conversation?
It should be in quotes. When are you having another conversation?
It's hard to find someone to learn on.
Well. Grimaldi explained that a few months ago she was pregnant with her and husband Josh Wolf's second baby, and they found out shortly after that she had miscarried. So bad news there. Lily Collins. Her father's, of course, Phil Collins. And on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen, the host asked her a tough question. What's your favorite Phil Collins song? And she was quick to mention one of Dad's biggest solo hits, In the Air Tonight. She
Yeah,
said
of course.
it's her favorite song.
Yeah.
She said that one was easy. When the follow-up question was about Dad's band Genesis and her favorite song by them, she struggled a bit. And she did say that she had songs in her head growing up. And when she finally attended a Genesis show, the songs sounded familiar, and she was stunned to find out that they were real songs. She now thinks those songs had implanted themselves in her brain while she was still in the womb.
So I think it's Monday Night Football. They do it's kind of the theme song is In the Air Tonight.
In the Air Tonight,
but
yeah.
It's done by Chris Stapleton. I don't think that's ever been actually released, but it's so good.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's really, really good.
I remember that song was just huge, obviously, and then when they incorporated it into their fantasy lives, when they incorporated it into Miami Vice, that first episode, that just went stratospheric.
And I just love the viral video. It was that wedding DJ for no reason. When it comes time for the drum beat and that, he just walks over to who you assume is his wife, and he just slaps her boobs to the beat of the drum.
I remember talking about how big that song was when Phil played Live Aid. He sat down on the piano and he goes, I know what you're thinking. He's going to play that damn song again because it was just being beat to death. But it stood the test of time, of course. Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez are nearing the final stages of their divorce property settlement and came so close to getting a $64 million buyer for their Beverly Hills home. A New Jersey couple had made an offer, but pulled out of escrow due to a family death, though they remained interested. Despite the offer, Jen and Ben may still face losses due to renovation costs, realtor fees, and a mansion tax. They originally paid $61 million for the home last year and took out a $20 million mortgage.
So I was looking at their worth. She's worth about $420 million, and he's worth about $150 million.
Okay.
And they kept their finances separate. So, but they're saying they're going to take a loss on this.
Did he produce her next movie?
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no way they're doing like red carpet events together or anything, right?
They're doing a lot with the kids, so I don't know. If there's a financial, I assume there's a financial stake in the movie for both of them, so maybe they will.
Yeah. Meghan Markle's staff has come out to rally around their boss. A report from The Hollywood Reporter had claimed that Markle was a tough boss to work for, and that she had even gotten the nickname Duchess Difficult from the people who worked for her.
Snap.
Now her staff has apparently reached out to the media to say that is just not true.
Rubbish.
They claim Markle and her husband Prince Harry are caring bosses.
They're caring bosses.
Who even give staff their children's old baby clothes.
Their old baby clothing.
Fresh flowers, and care packages.
The whatnot. They're self-employers, and we rue the person who castigates them in public.
Others also rallied behind the Sussexes, sharing that they were treated well by the couple. Even former staff have apparently
they were wonderful.
have apparently weighed in. Josh Kettler, Harry's former chief of staff, who left after just 3 months, for instance, has called the couple dedicated and hardworking, and he did not share why he left so quickly.
Because they're pricks.
Bethany Frankel caught some flack from her fans after her catwalk appearance at the L'Oreal Paris fashion show this week. The former Real Housewives of New York City star shared a video of her modeling gig to her Instagram, and fans were quick to nitpick her walk. One fan asked,
like that it's not a correct walk?
What's with the marching? She said, it's not like catwalk walk. While another just said
she's trying to catch a cab or something?
her walk was so weird. No, she's kind of bouncing and...
She's got really high
I think
heels
it's
on.
the shoe. That's what I was just going to say. I think it's the shoes.
By the
She's
way,
trying to walk so she doesn't twist her ankle and fall.
if you've ever seen a real model do a catwalk in heels, there is a science to that. That's the great footage of the one model who can't quite nail
Oh, my God.
it.
And Mike
It's
Jarek,
hilarious.
was Mike Jarek reporting on that and was just howling laughing?
No, it was out of New York.
It was out of New York. Okay.
And it is still one of my favorite videos to go back and watch. Is the two guys are dying laughing as they're watching this girl walk down the runway, and her heels are just wobbling left and right. She is about to snap her ankles, and it is these guys just. It's so damn funny. It is so damn funny, but it is It's got to be super hard. We do the Walk a Mile in Her Shoes event.
Oh my God.
Dear Lord.
Yeah.
It's so hard.
But that, like what she's wearing, that's like, think about it. You're like standing up on something. You know what I mean? Like there's no
kind of like there's small stilts actually that you walk kind of tiptoey on.
And you get that to try to like almost steady yourself. You get that like thumping, that like hard walking, and like she's doing almost like stomping to try to secure yourself.
We talked to Lizzie Hale about wearing heels and high heels on stage, and she does it.
Well, she said that she scales back, and actually at the MMRBQ, I noticed she still had like the stiletto heel.
Yeah.
It was very thin, but it was much smaller, much lower.
I agree. I took a look because we had talked to her about the shoes, and sure enough, she had just the stilettos, not the big 8-inch monsters. So it's a skill for sure to be able to walk properly in those.
I don't get the nitpicking. It just seems like she's walking to the beat of whatever music is playing.
it is, yeah.
And she doesn't do this. Like, she's not a runway model, right? So just like lay off.
Well, no, but I think that's what like she was saying.
off.
She was saying she did, right?
Yeah, she said she loved her walk because that's what the show was about. It was about not being perfect. It was about being perfectly imperfect and doing what you want to do.
Do you know what? I have to give her credit. She's like built an entire empire.
Yep, she
Yeah,
has.
and she really seems to, like, with that comment, not really care what people think. So good for her.
Ryan Seacrest's debut as the host of Wheel of Fortune was a hit, drawing an average of 8.31 million viewers during his first week, up 21% from last year, and marking the show's biggest premiere audience in 5 years. And his episode on September 9th attracted over 9.6 million viewers, a 70% increase from last fall's opener, making it Wheel of Fortune's most watched season premiere in 9 years. And we both agree he's doing a great job.
Even the premiere, he's solid. He played it just right. He gave his his bona fides for being there. He's a big fan of the show. Didn't try to overplay his hand, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah.
Is he still doing radio?
I think so.
Don't know.
He still does everything.
I mean,
he does.
Steve, on your recommendation, I got around to watching Wheel, and I agree with you guys. He does a really good job with it. He's really casual, but he works really hard, man.
Yeah, he does.
He never stops.
I like the guy a lot.
Me too.
And I
yeah.
remember initially, I didn't like him because I didn't like American Idol. I just didn't like that show at all. And I thought he was kind of just a face. But over time, he has shown that he's got the chops to host. He is really, really good at hosting stuff.
He signed a deal until 2027 for his radio gig. And you know who's really good friends with him? Mark Summers.
Oh, they're tight?
Yeah.
Okay. And he was good friends with Pat Sajak, too, and still is. So we will still see Pat Sajak, by the way. He'll be hosting Celebrity Wheel of Fortune. New episodes start airing on October 14th on ABC. The much-anticipated reboot of Wizards of Waverly Place has gotten its first trailer. The new show, Wizards Beyond Waverly Place, will star David Henry as Justin Russo once again as he takes in young wizard Billy, played by Janice Leanne Brown.
So what's the conceit of the show again?
And helps train her. I barely watched that show. My kids watched it, and it was just about, Selena Gomez's character she had these, powers of sorts. And,
all right.
And they had fun with that.
All right.
That's all I remember.
It wasn't a brutal crime drama.
So the fate of the world is in Billy's hands, but she needs a lot of help.
Billy.
The trailer shows off a lot of magic hijinks, family bonding, and more. And it also shows that Selena Gomez makes a cameo at the very least. Wizards Beyond Waverly Place premieres on Disney Channel with 2 episodes on October 29th. And the first 8 episodes will be available on Disney Plus the next day.
Michael Madsen returning?
He is not returning in this particular one.
Wakey, eggs and bakey.
So even though it's not out yet, Vince McMahon is getting ahead of things where his upcoming Netflix docuseries is concerned. The former WWE CEO got a look at a rough cut of the doc and now says the series is, quote, deceptive and misleading. In a statement on Monday, McMahon said, I don't regret participating in this Netflix documentary. The producers had an opportunity to tell an objective story about my life and the incredible business I built. Unfortunately, based on an early partial cut I've seen, this doc falls short and takes the predictable path of conflating the Mr. McMahon character with my true self, Vince. And he added that the title and the promos alone make that evident. Mr. McMahon premieres on Netflix today if you want to Form your own opinion on that.
I think I'm going to want to check it out.
Yep. Daveed Diggs has joined the cast of The Boys as a series regular for its 5th and final season on Prime Video.
Interesting.
While details about his character remain under wraps, the show, based on the New York Times bestselling comic, is known for its dark take on superheroes controlled by a corrupt corporation. The showrunner Eric Kripke has teased that with no future seasons planned, fans should brace for shocking big things and unexpected character departures as well in season 5.
I think this makes sense because one of the things I would criticize this season just passed for is that they were falling, Case, we talked about this, falling all over themselves to out-shock you. Mm-hmm. And it just became like, okay, I got it. Yeah.
There's also a story going on.
How about
here.
the plot?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can only, that show is so shocking that trying to up some of the other stuff that they've done, it's got to be hard to do.
It is.
Yeah. All right, then one other story, and then we'll get to the clips. Apple TV Plus has another TV series filled with top talent coming your way. Alfonso Cuarón, director of movies like Children of Men, has a new project with the streamer called Disclaimer, and the 7-part limited series stars Kate Blanchett, Kevin Kline, and Sacha Baron Cohen. So
That's pretty
some
good.
Big names in that.
What is it? Do they give an idea as to what it's about?
A journalist played by Blanchett whose life unravels after receiving a mysterious novel that exposes her deepest secrets. As she seeks to uncover the author's identity, Blanchett confronts her past, which threatens to destroy her relationship with her husband and son. Will premiere in its first 2 episodes on October 11th on Apple TV Plus, by the way. All right, so we can do the clips now.
Always exciting. Clip time.
In Agatha All Along, the witch who is trapped in Westview, New Jersey at the end of WandaVision escapes and forms a new coven to fight her enemies. In this clip, Catherine Ahn talks about entering the MCU.
The fact that this was my entrance to the MCU as a witch is just the best. Like, this is a world I never would have seen myself in. I always admired it, and I love the actors that worked in the MCU, but I could never see how I would be in it. And the fact that it's a witch made total sense to me.
A new episode of Agatha All Along streams tonight on Disney Plus. So they're rolling them out episodically?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you didn't care for the first one?
And I wanted to.
Yeah.
I wanted to. I watched the first 2, and I'm like, I'll check out the other ones.
Yeah.
There's a slow build to WandaVision, though. You know,
It
like
was.
those first 2 episodes, you didn't quite know what the hell was going on. And so, yeah, Steve, I agree with you, but I'll be patient. I'll try to be patient.
Yeah, I got to watch that. All right, next clip. Here we go. Oops. Sorry, try again. Sorry. How do you continue a sitcom 20 years later and still use the same cast? Well, you animate it. And here, Terry Crews, who played the patriarch on Everybody Hates Chris, talks about living the canceled sitcom dream.
When that last episode aired, we didn't know that was it. You go 20 years, and then to get the chance to do this again. And when we read that script, and I got to see all these people on our Zooms together, and I couldn't believe it. I said, we picked up right where we left off. This is Everybody Hates Chris, but the next iteration in Everybody Still Hates Chris. It's beautiful.
Anyway.
Everybody Still Hates Chris premieres tonight on Comedy Central, by the way. All right, and that's my entertainment report for the day. Boy, do we have a lot going on. All right, so obviously we have the Good Money It word coming up less than an hour from now, roughly an hour. It's 7:03, so we'll do it at 8. We have 10 days of Talica. This is day number 6.
That's right.
And I will let you know that very soon you will have a chance to win tickets to both of those Metallica shows next May. Get ready to win. We go live on Fox Good Day today. We're also going to have guests on the program. Garrett Stubbs, the Phils.
Cool.
They clinched the NL East on Monday night. We will talk to him. They host the Cubs tonight. It is their final regular season home game this evening. So we will talk to Stubbs later on, and we are also going to have a little bit of culture. We have the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society stopping in today.
How cool is that?
And we'll get a performance as well. On top of that, a secret text word to see Kevin Hart. Make sure you text word secret to 39333. We are taking a break, but we will be back in just a moment, so please stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 90.
Epitome of that guy for so long, who just is always, this guy's in it. This is going to be good. Yeah. And we have a sense that you've curated the things that you're in, and whether that's the truth or not, you just always end up in good stuff. And Stranger Things is just such a. no one could have figured this bizarre pop culture bank shot that took place.
Yes.
And that they went with, except for perhaps Winona Ryder, moderately known. And it just took off. So when you got the script for the first time, I understand it blew you away, but did you think you were going to get it? You couldn't have had an idea it would be what it has become.
No.
Yeah.
The complete opposite, to be honest. I mean, the first thing is you get the script, and I thought it was a really good script. And so my first thought was there's no way they're going to choose me to be like the male adult lead in this. They'll get somebody who's a star. And so I kind of blew off the audition a little bit. I mean, I do what I do, but there was a relaxation in the audition where it was like, those situations where you think like this will never happen. So I might as well just do what I want to do.
And that must help. That must help in a way.
It does, because it makes you more relaxed. You have no expectations. You don't have a goal. You're just like doing what you do. And then I wound up getting it, and it was incredible. And then as we were shooting it, I remember around episode 4 or 5 having a bit of a breakdown and thinking, none of this works.
Really? Really?
Yeah. I mean, because I remember, Hopper's a really messy guy in many ways, like everything from his body to, his personality.
Well, the very first, my impression of your character was like, this guy's a douchebag, because she comes and says, my kid is missing, and he's like, he's out running around or whatever. I'm like, oh my God, he's going to be that guy.
Yeah.
He's more complex than that, and really cares. But you're right. He kind of had that really messy attitude about him, but he's the character morph. So initially you thought that wasn't going to translate?
Yeah, and so like around episode, I think it was 5 though, we were doing a scene, and I'm neurotic, and occasionally I'll ask people like, what'd you think? And I went up to my hair person, this woman Sarah, who's lovely person, but I was like, what do you think? And she just turned to me and just shook her head, and she was like, yeah, I don't think it's going to work.
Wow.
And I was like, what? You mean the whole thing?
Thanks for the confidence.
But I understood where she's got. You're in a bubble down there, and you just have these days where you're like, what we're doing is stupid. Nobody's going to like it. And then before the show came out, there was no advertisements.
No.
And I couldn't get an interview like this on a popular radio show. Like, nobody wanted to talk to me about this show.
That was the beauty of it. I found out about it through word of mouth.
Exactly.
And so it started to catch. And it was that. Now, this actually speaks to, you were a child of the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of people remember all of this. It's at once a tribute to the work of Stephen King, and it's this pop culture maelstrom of things that are all pulled together and
Spielberg,
to Spielberg, and shot in a way that all the things that we love, but done in a great way. So there'd be no way to know it. But the fact that it did happen that way organically, I think, made it more firmly entrenched, and that's why we're rabid for season 3.
You and the Netflix season 1 marketing department apparently had the same thought, because that's what that's what they claimed was I don't know if that's just a way of getting out of spending any money on the show, but they claimed that was kind of their strategy, was to have people discover it. And I have to say, it is very gratifying. It was very gratifying to have it be something that wasn't hyped at all. And just to have people stumble across it on Netflix, and then the social media aspect of it. They just told their friends, and it was all over like Facebook and Twitter. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
And I think in this world where everything is so hyped, it's nice to have ownership and discover something that almost feels like a little pearl you found in an oyster, like a surprise,
So let me ask you then, here's the conundrum now. Now it is a thing that's
I know, now we're talking about it.
Right.
God.
But whereas season 2 is always, everyone's like going, okay, what season 2 kicked ass.
Yeah.
I know.
And it was.
Guess what happens in season 3?
Traps the bed.
We jump the shark. No, it's my character gets on water skis.
Nice.
And literally
one of the
jumps
top,
in.
and there's a great white shark in the lake.
All right.
Who knew? Yeah. In Hawkins Lake.
Are you wearing a leather jacket?
I am. Okay. Surprisingly. No, honestly, I just finished, because they just sent me, because they like to send the finished episodes to everyone else before me.
Right.
But that's just no. But they just sent me all the episodes. I just finished them last night, actually, and It is so damn good.
Yeah.
The trailer
It is
alone.
so damn good. And you like, the end is.
How does it end? What happens?
Okay, so here's what happens.
You make it up the chart.
Yeah. By the way, I would like to correct you on one little thing. Prior to this, the first season coming out, we totally would have had you on our show.
You're a liar.
No.
You are in
Listen,
some of our favorite things.
When the first trailer for Black Mass came out, and the dinner scene with you and Johnny Depp, and I'll just sort of leave it at that because I know you wanted to hit on this, Steve.
Oh no,
but like,
we're gonna go over all your stuff because we're big fans. But yes, no, Casey's right. We were fans before Stranger Things. It just cements the adoration. But to that point, you go through these things. This has been your quantum leap.
Yes,
know. I mean, but you were that kind of guy. You were on Broadway and you working that whole deal. When you went in to I know you had an issue with working with kids initially, right? Because kids can be a liability, right?
Initially.
I mean, because I find. You've got to get the right. I'm so quick to hate a kid in a thing. If he's, you know what I'm saying? If he's
I do know
annoying,
what you mean. I know exactly.
You got to get a Haley Joel Osment. You got to get somebody who really gets it. These
and we
kids
got
are
like
great.
6 of them.
Yeah.
I know. I know.
And so they never. The old thing is never work with animals or kids.
Yeah, but you and I are the same age, right? So when I look at this
Are
cast,
you 75?
born in '75.
No, 1975. No.
So you were born on my brother's birthday in 1975.
Oh,
I
wow.
saw that. I turned 44 on the 4th of July. So
Wait.
Yeah.
I was born on your brother.
my brother was born in '73.
Oh, 73. I was like,
Don't try to
wow,
work it out.
2 months apart? Brother, how did that happen? Something with test tubes and cloning or something.
It's right out of Stranger Things.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the upside down.
You and I and Nick, actually, as a matter of fact, we're all contemporaries. So we grew up with the same movies. So there are movies that came out in the 80s that still work today that have kids in them because they were so good. The Goonies is one.
Yes.
Stand By Me is another one. Sandlot is another one that came a little bit later on.
Okay.
And so I liken
E.T.
E.T. Yeah. As a matter of fact, E.T.
Yeah. Drew Barrymore, like a little tiny Drew Barrymore, amazing.
Right. So, and we had the creator of the Sandlot in here a couple of years ago, and he actually, I think they had a whole other cast of kids, and he was like, you know what, I need to get older kids to play younger because they weren't doing it right. And
yeah, interesting.
And so,
I mean, our kids are kind of all over the map. I think when we started, I think Millie was the youngest, and I think she was 11 years old, and then I think Caleb was the oldest, and I think he was maybe 14. So they do span a little bit, but in general, they are kind of aging with the show. Like Millie in particular is, she started out, she was 11 years old, and now she's like 14 or something.
She's
and
a young woman now. It's a little weird to see, but it's natural.
Well, it's weird for you. It's just weird for Hopper, too. Yeah, it's like a nightmare.
I love that you, and to Preston's point about the character, this character, and I think I like complex, I like villains where you can sort of see why they are what they are, and they're not just, mustache twisting. And I like heroes that sometimes get pissed off and have luggage, and that's how Hopper came into the deal. The whole paternal aspect of him was not revealed, and it becomes revealed in an organic way. How much of your input helped create that genesis for Hopper?
I mean, they had an amazing character already created when I came in, but they also are very collaborative. So, I have ideas and I understand men that are broken and disappointed in life, and other people are disappointed in. So I had some insight into that.
Right.
And so, as we were developing him in the first season, and one of the fun things was as we developed him in the first season, and as we thought, we were all sort of neurotic, and we thought, well, this isn't going to have much of a life after this season. But we would sit around on set and just have fantasies about, like, what would be amazing? Like, if we could run this thing. Like, what could be cool? And I think that some of those discussions, especially in season 1, one of the fun things was, like, we really love the character of Hopper, and we also really love this character of 11. And we were like, there's clearly like he had a daughter who died, and so he has a lot of trauma around that. And she had a papa who was manipulative and who used her.
Right.
And so wouldn't it be great for these two characters to try to heal their trauma together and do it in a very chaotic way where they, they don't know
season
what they're
two.
doing. Yeah,
Season
so that
two was
led
that
into
process.
season 2.
Yeah.
And then, and then there's stuff that we're even responding to going into to season 3. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
David, I loved you on Newsroom, and I love you in this, in Stranger Things, and they're very different roles.
Very different.
And the writing on, which is Aaron Sorkin's show on the Newsroom, it's so fast-paced, and so a lot of your characters build on the fast-paced nature of the entire show and how quickly the dialogue is delivered, whereas on Stranger Things, it's the spaces between the notes, right? It's a lot more drawn out, and you can be a much more subtle actor. Do you have a preference? Does it matter to you? Or do you just like to work when the work is good?
No, I mean, I do feel like with the Newsroom stuff, like I feel like the gestalt, like the larger piece is very good, but as a component in it, you don't have a lot of freedom to do, you don't have a lot of ownership in a weird way. And so with Stranger Things, there's a lot more ownership. I mean, you get to explore a lot more behavior. A lot of times, like Sorkin's stuff and Newsroom is very much about the point you're making, on the page. Whereas with Stranger Things, you may say something and mean something entirely different, or you may say something and then behave entirely different.
And there are these pauses and these drawn out things, especially with your character. Because
I love that. I love the way your character is like, you take a lot of time. Like, what's up with you? Why?
Yeah.
It's compelling,
you get drawn in
though.
as a result.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's my whole thing with acting has always been that, a lot of it, human behavior is always very complex, and sometimes, a lot of times, I think people say something that, and then they behave entirely differently. And that's sort of how I've seen the world since I was a kid, is I've always been confused by human beings, because they would say things like, I love you. And you'd be like, I don't think you do. I think you want me to stay, or I don't know what you want, but you don't just love me. So that's always the complicated thing that I want to explore with human beings. And I think that the great thing about the Duffers are they really love actors. They really love what we bring to it, and they really want, so they'll have something in their mind that's very specific, and then we'll come in and mess it up, and they'll be like, this is even better than what and that sort of collaboration is what you're always looking for.
You mentioned taking a lot of time. Netflix took a long time to get this next season back. And I was curious what you, how you feel about that as an actor.
Listen, here's the problem, all right? It's not a problem. It's a problem with you guys. I swear, it is a problem with the world, okay? Because we have, all right, I'm going to throw down here, because we have trained you. We give you 8, or actually last year, 9 hours of content.
Yeah.
And you binge it all in a day.
No, I learned.
And it's like, give us time. Take your time. Once every 2 months is when you should be watching an episode.
No, it's crack.
Look,
it's
I know.
crack.
For me too. I mean, sorry.
No. And as soon as it's over, you're like, when's the next one coming out? Like, after the first day it comes out, you watch the whole season, and then you want to know when there's more.
And you'll see, you'll see as you watch this season. I mean, the problem is, I agree. I wish we could bring them out to you every couple months, But the problem is, and especially when you watch this season, if you really just watch each episode and you see the camera work, the story work, the production design.
For some reason, I keep hearing Judy Jetson.
Oh, Judy Jetson. Yeah. I hear Julie Jerkoff. But that's, that's totally unrelated.
We all
to
hear
that,
what we want.
Yeah, we do. All right, but it's Judy, Justice Judy.
Yes.
All right, so I have some stupid survey information to pass along. Really dumb surveys.
You know what?
Some of them are halfway decent, but other ones are really stupid.
Yeah, I have to say the level of, for the longest time, they were just stone cold moronic.
Yeah.
They've gotten a little bit better.
They have gotten a little bit better. But did you guys know, according to this survey, that 94% of Americans will celebrate Halloween with candy this year?
What? Oh my God. Wow. I'm glad they did that survey, though.
Yeah.
It informs.
Now you know.
the shopper what to pick up in anticipation of the holiday.
I did have a friend growing up who was a Jehovah's Witness, and she could not celebrate Halloween and could not get candy. And I always felt so terrible for her. And I think that she never knew what she was missing, but man, did it bum me out when I was a kid.
No birthdays?
No birthdays, no Christmas, nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, Nick, same. I had a friend, and she always had to sit in the principal's office during, any like Halloween parades or the birthday celebrations and all that. She would go to the principal's office and sit there. You figure the entire school, we used to dress up. You'd go outside. All the parents would come and you'd parade by, and she was sitting by herself in the office.
Yeah, I forgot about that part. Yeah, she couldn't even celebrate with the other kids, like in the classroom.
Yeah.
Man,
Does
sucks.
anyone know why Jehovah's Witness do not celebrate things like that? It's not just Halloween. There are other observances that they don't.
My brother briefly was a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, okay.
He was dating a girl for a while, and she was a Jehovah's Witness. And I think the basic conceit is that they are a by the book approach to the religion. I think that's it.
Well, I know, but why? Why does the religion dictate that you can't do these things?
That I don't know.
So,
Well, because Christ apparently did not command his birth or any birth be celebrated. So if they are not true Christian holidays, they don't celebrate them.
Okay.
Oddly, the one thing that they can celebrate is Lobster Week.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about Toyota-thon?
And Toyota-thon.
Yeah, and Toyota-thon.
Sure.
Okay. So, yes, this is a survey according to the National Confectioners Association. A lot of people are not waiting until actual Halloween to indulge in candy. Some start early.
Well, that is the problem. So you run this risk. It's like a landmine.
Shell already bought it.
Yeah, you got to negotiate because if it's in the house,
yep,
you're gonna sample.
Yeah.
So we put it in the garage. Now there's a problem. There's a problem with putting it in the garage.
You know where it is?
No. Well, sometimes you forget where you hit big bags of. So like late August, I found a huge big bag of melted chocolate. I kid you not.
I just know where it is so that I go to the garage for
you go to
candy.
the garage. Yeah. And we clear. Last year we cleared about 300, 350, close to 400 trick-or-treaters. Where you get driven to house because I put on this big display.
Yeah.
And mother effer, man, I think I overbought even in anticipation of that.
You get like 400 trick-or-treaters. I get 4.
Yeah.
But this year it's on a Thursday. So
it's a good day.
I think I might serve margaritas for the neighborhood.
Hey, kid.
I'm thinking about doing, because I usually go with Jace. Obviously, he's old enough now. He'll probably be going with his friends. So I think I'm going to set up a table. Maybe I'll get a few more trick-or-treaters, and then I'll get the adults that want to come by for a margarita.
I like that. I like the way you used to do it. Did you want to around with like a cooler?
Until I dropped a beer bottle in the middle of the street and shattered in front of me, in front of my neighbors. Hey! Oh. Terrible.
Preston's here.
So here are some other things about Halloween and candy. 2/3 of the respondents said that they'll give trick-or-treaters 2 or 3 pieces of candy.
Depending on if you're a big candy bar family.
So we're smaller.
Yeah.
Because
you guys have so much volume.
Right. If we were to go full-blown candy bar, we'd have to mortgage the house.
Yeah. We do both. We hide the full-size ones underneath, and it's only for the kids that we know.
Secret stash for the people you know. I like that.
Which, by the way, so 2/3 say they give away trick-or-treaters 2 or 3 pieces of candy. There was a neighbor of mine who I didn't like after the first time we went by their house for Halloween.
Yeah.
My kid reaches in to grab candy and just grabbed just a handful because they held it out. And he goes, no, put those back. You only get 1 piece. And I was like, you're a dick.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
You're a dick. And it turned out right because he is a dick.
Yeah, there you go.
So America's favorite Halloween treats are chocolate.
He likes it.
Gummy candy.
I'm telling you.
Chewy candy, candy corn, hard candy, and lollipops.
I'm telling you. Get anything gummy like Nerds Clusters, Nerds Rope. The kids go bonkers for it.
Nerds aren't gummy though.
No, well, gummy clusters are.
They're gummy adjacent.
And nerds ropes are so it's just nerds around something gummyish.
So the gummy thing holds it.
How do they like margaritas, Preston? Is it mentioned on the
Do
list?
you guys like strong, or you like a little club
Did you
soda
want some
in it?
salt on the rim, little boy?
Or sugar?
That woman's serving alcohol.
Where do you guys buy your full-size candy bars? Like
Costco.
Okay, so
Well, here's the deal.
look at you guys.
All right, so there's a whole dynamic that exists in my house because I'm a massive Halloween fan. Claire will go get, like one of the outlets, like Costco, get the candy, and then I'm like, that's not enough, and I will go buy them like at like Rite Aid or CVS, and they're like $19,000 a bag.
Yeah.
But by the time I've assessed what she's brought into the house, and I feel it's insufficient, there's not a lot left because it moves quickly. In fact, the friggin' Halloween candy was out at the beginning of August.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I can, well, can I come clean about something here, guys?
Please.
Preach, brother.
I think COVID changed my taste buds, and I don't like candy like I used to.
Wow.
Like, I'm trying, and
Does it
Sure
hurt
wasn't
when you
Ozempic?
pee?
no, Steve, it doesn't. Not on a consistent basis, at least. But I'm a little bit disappointed and sad because I could house some candy, and now I just don't have an appetite for it.
That works to your
anymore.
benefit. It's
I mean, it does,
Yeah.
but
I mean, being rewired to not like candy is pretty good.
But do you still like things like cookies and sweets of that nature, like baked goods?
That's changed as
Wow.
well. Yeah.
Man, if you
That's not a
lost
bad
it, Casey, I must have found it.
You found it. Oh,
Interim,
don't
because
worry.
I picked up where you left off.
Okay.
Me too.
Could you? So what do you hand out on Halloween? Chicken nuggets?
No. I mean, so I guess now I could buy my Halloween candy because I'm not going to eat it. Like,
All right,
you know what I
okay.
mean? Like in years past, I couldn't get it early enough because I would just go to town on it.
Well, as far as candy goes, in this survey, they found that shapes matter as well because 2/3 of those surveyed like their sweets shaped like pumpkins, ghosts, and bats.
Do you have any rhombozoids? Yeah, I like all that stuff. I like the little Halloween wrappers.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Halloween candy? What are you going to pick at if it's in the bowl?
I always go for the fun size Snickers.
Well done, sir.
I'll find.
So
I'll
fun.
dig them all out.
Snickers, Kit
love
Kats, Twix,
Reese's.
Almond Joy. I know you guys don't like the coconut.
Reese's
stuff.
is probably second for me.
Yeah.
Nick.
Yeah. And the one time of year I will have a Musketeers bar.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It seems appropriate.
I feel like my taste buds have changed because my favorite
Margaritas.
Yes, I used to like the traditional margarita, but now I like no.
I like chocolate margarita.
No, but the espresso martini is great. No, I used to like anything chocolate and peanut butter. So
Yeah.
all of that.
Reese's, as you're saying.
Yes, loved it. Like anything that was chocolate and peanut butter, not just that. But now, I don't know. Like it's not.
Do you like just
it's not
regular
as-
dark chocolate?
Yes, it's not as tempting to me, and I would just go for like a Hershey's little, like
Yeah.
one of the little mini Hershey bars.
I'm down with that. Down with that completely. Yeah.
Well, all right. So anyhow, that's a survey to pass along. I have a few more. Let's go to the next survey. All right, this one has to do with luxuries on a dream vacation. The survey was conducted by, it was just a poll that was done in the U.S. of 2,000 adults. And they asked, what does luxury mean exactly?
Candy.
The findings show 85% agree that luxury means different things to different people. So 41% think that luxury is the same as the word extravagance. When asked what luxury means to them, a lot of people said that it involves expensive or high-end items, and one shares that it's being comfortable and peaceful.
The hell does that
luxury is
mean?
not being comfortable and peaceful.
You can sit in a pile of leaves out in a quiet forest, and you'd satisfy both those.
If they got to take a luxury vacation, people would want it to last for 7 nights. And here are the top 10 luxuries that Americans would want on a dream vacation.
All right.
The 10th one is a 30% said the chance to try something new or unexpected. A new food, a new experience, perhaps.
And Almond Joy.
How about this? Number 9 was a swimming pool overlooking the ocean.
Yeah, that would be
32% said that is considered a luxury item. Now, a lot of this is about being vacationing.
Right.
8 said, the eighth one on the list, 33% said upscale dining, Michelin-starred restaurants.
So, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
36% said luxury transportation options like chauffeured limousines. 36% at number 6 on this list said a private chef to cook their meals. There you go. Now we're
hitting luxury.
Now we're talking real luxury.
I'll tell you what goes into this as well. If you have like a concierge level of a hotel,
yes,
you stay on that floor. That is a luxury.
Yeah, when you can have someone at your beck and call to handle.
Rub my
things for you.
feet.
Yeah. Number 5 on this list, top 10 luxuries Americans would want. 38% said spa treatments or state-of-the-art wellness facilities on site where they're staying.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's one. This would be great. 42% said private beach access from where they're staying.
So,
hell yes.
Owing to your recent experiences, are cockroaches on this list?
No, those are extras.
They're
extras. They're not luxury. Number 3, 42% said flying first class to their destination.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this again. If you are spending the money on a trip and you're going to a place that requires a long distance travel, try to save up extra because it'll give you an option, at least a shot at falling asleep and getting rested. If you arrive at your location and you are groggy and out of it for a day or two because you couldn't stand the travel and it just knocked you out, then you've actually wasted money.
And it also depends on the airline too, how luxurious first class is. On a couple of occasions, I'm like, okay, I'm going for it.
I want to do that crazy rich Asians.
And I've spent it, and I'm like, this is it. This is what I
know.
I paid a lot of money for this.
Yeah.
And then,
well, that's the thing too. It like depends on the aircraft because some of the first class is just a little bit of a bigger seat, but like others are, you get like a pod, your seat, lays out into a bed. Like, how do you know?
It does make a difference. At least the door should stay on the plane, right?
Yeah.
Well, I had a friend who just flew a small airline back from Italy, and the whole plane was business class. So the entire plane had little pods with your own personal TV and
How much?
And the seat laid out into a bed. I have no idea what you paid for, but it was the entire plane.
do you remember the name of the airline?
I don't. She said it was like a small airline.
Okay. So number 2 on this list of luxuries American would want on a dream vacation, 42% said incredible views from where they're staying, obviously.
Yeah, that's always nice.
And number 1 is 50% stated to stay at a high-end resort, villa, or private estate would be the ultimate in luxury.
Yeah.
So one of my dream vacations, and it's I actually received the promise of being taken there by my wife, Goldeneye in Jamaica, is the Ian Fleming estate.
Oh, okay.
Which is, it's all James Bond themed, but it is gorgeous. And that is what you would call like a boutique hotel resort. So there's no more than maybe 50, 60 people at the place at any one time.
Did you guys ever see the interview with Danny Pudi and the actor Danny Pudi and Larry King? And Larry's asking Danny what luxuries he would like to afford in life. And he talks about the fact that he likes really nice socks. And Larry's like, well, yeah, that's not a luxury. And at the end of the interview, Danny's like, Larry, I'm on DuckTales. And I, so like whatever luxury you can afford for Danny Pudi, he just liked really nice socks. And like for him, that was a luxury because it made his feet feel nice.
Yeah.
It's all relative.
Yeah.
Most definitely. All right, survey says in a time travel poll from MSN.com, they asked about what you would do or where you would go if you could travel back in time. It's not a fall activity. Which of these eras would you travel back to? And then I'll give you the results. Okay,
all right.
So the Roaring 20s, Victorian England, the founding of the United States, or the age of the dinosaurs.
Oh.
There were so many other eras I would choose from.
I'd go 1920.
1920, okay.
Everybody, Kathy Romano is taking the main stage with a list of what she calls fall activities.
Exactly.
First up, making bathtub gin.
So which of those would you guys choose? Or what outside of those?
You would have to have parameters that would be, in other words, would you have a protective vehicle were you to go back to the dinosaur, to go see dinosaurs, a la Jurassic World?
I don't think I'd want to go back that as far as any of these. I would go, you know where I'd go? Like the mid-1960s, see the Beatles and dive into that whole culture would be a blast.
Like Piccadilly Circus around 1965?
Yeah. And you'd still have modern conveniences.
Right. And candy.
That's one of the things that people don't take into consideration is what is around if you go back in time.
Well, see, that would be a different question for me because as far as fashion goes, that's where I would go. I'd go 50s into 60s, like late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah, like Marvelous Mrs. Maisel.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So, like, if you go back to the 20s, where exactly are you? Are you, right?
Yeah.
That's where we are.
I'm living in a box.
I'm dancing at some
It's the Great
speakeasy.
Depression, and I'm drinking my own piss. I'm learning how to make hobo stew. Why did I pick the 20s?
No, Steve, I'm in like a flapper dress and I'm dancing in a speakeasy somewhere.
There you go.
Yeah,
which is
yeah.
what you'd want. Or the Great Gatsby, the Gold Coast, that kind of thing. Seeing those ostentatious parties.
Of the 4 that I gave to you, yeah, that's what we think of.
Yeah,
we think
but
of
we
those
never
times-
think of the guy
No.
who's like, oh my God, I just killed someone.
Yeah, we're not in Of Mice and Men.
I just murdered someone to eat their flesh.
Yeah.
Why did I pick the 20s?
You're not in an iron lung because you have polio.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. All right. So, of the people surveyed in this poll from MSN.com, the most said the Roaring 20s. 46% said they would choose that. Followed by the founding of the U.S., 30%. 13% said Victorian England, and then 11% indicated that they would like to be around in the age of the dinosaurs.
What if you traveled back in time to do the classic, I'm going to kill Hitler
Right.
before he becomes Hitler, but you get the wrong Hitler?
Oh.
Like it's Eddie Hitler.
Like, oh, man.
Ed, where's Abe?
I am so sorry.
Where's Adolf? All right. Why would you want to visit a previous era?
I don't know, to see how tall I would be.
Here are the choices. Observe daily life, see the clothing, which is what Kathy was saying, talk with an ancestor, or make history come alive.
Nate Bargatze does a great bit about how he would serve no purpose whatsoever. Right. Yeah, because he's trying to describe a cell phone to someone, and it goes up to a satellite. Yeah. What's a satellite?
I think we're done talking. All right, 39% said to observe daily life, 36% said to make history come alive, 22% said talk with an ancestor, and 3% said see the clothing.
I like your idea of going. Could you imagine being, say, around the time of Hard Day's Night, being in that?
So cool.
Yeah. But there are enough of the amenities that we're accustomed to.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, you could make a phone call.
Yeah.
Yep. So what would scare...
The phone is ringing. It's Kathy. She wants to learn how to make a marga. What is it? Rita?
What would scare you about visiting
Monsters.
an old era?
The dinosaurs.
Yeah.
Why the hell did I do this?
So 40% said disease.
Well, yeah. But again, are there? We can fantasize about fantasy life. Is how do we travel back? What are the things that we have?
Right.
Could we bring anything back with us, or are we completely beholding to that time and everything that would be involved with it? Would there be any protection? Would we go back vaccinated against the things that could kill us disease-wise?
Right.
Would we have special laser guns to kill the dinosaurs?
Animal attacks is one of them. So 5% said that, yeah. Being conspicuous.
Yes. Would they kill you because they think you're a witch?
Yes, you're an outworlder. And yep.
Yes!
Yeah.
This harlot came in here drinking a concoction called margarita.
Kill her!
Kill her! Margarita! Tell me that's not the devil's semen.
And 41% said something else.
Something else?
Yes.
Only a witch would say something else. Kill her!
All right, how about this one? What famous person would you most want to see in action?
Ron Palillo.
And Ron Palillo.
Horshack.
Horshack?
Is he still alive?
No, he died several years ago.
Then the time travel would work.
And I'd give him a margarita.
All right, so here are the ones that people answered. The most at 58% was Abraham Lincoln. Second,
I don't like you.
was 18% with Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
12% said Louis Armstrong, and then another 12% said Amelia Earhart.
No, Jesus.
So I already said mine. It would be the Beatles. To see that band in their heyday playing at a concert, that's
Who would
me.
I want to
That
see?
would I-
Who would I want to meet?
Yeah.
You know what?
It just says see in action. Doesn't necessarily
See in
say
action.
meet. So it'd be like a performer.
John Holmes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Steve.
I'd want to see him in action.
You'd want to be in the room?
Yeah.
Wear protective clothing.
Yeah, bravo.
Yeah. Oh, yes. But worth the wait.
I brought some candy.
And do you guys think of anything?
I mean, I automatically went to Jesus. I'm surprised that he's not on that list.
You would
You'd wanna
figure
see him
Jesus,
in
right?
action.
I would want to see. Yeah, I would want
He
to
was
see
a
the
carpenter.
servant
That's
on
a
the
good
mount.
one.
Like,
Yeah.
want to
Oh,
see the fishes and the loaves.
Yeah, you want to see a miracle, right?
Sermon on the Mount would be pretty cool, but I defaulted to his carpentry, you know, making an end table or something.
Walking on water. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I think he's been
Moses. I'm sorry.
Moses. Yeah, I mean, like
Splitting the Red Sea.
What
and
were those
whatnot.
made out of? Those tablets. Edison would be kind of interesting.
Edison, Tesla.
See
He
how
was
his brain-
supposed to be a real a-hole.
Well, I would watch him in
Get
action.
outta here.
I would not want to have a conversation with Edison because he's a dick.
Get out of here.
He wants me to call it a light bulb. What a jerk off.
You just have to go to New Jersey.
That's true. Be
Well, then
close by.
I
Don't
might
travel
be.
far.
I might want to be in that Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak and you know, in that garage where they built the first Apple computer.
Okay.
To see that.
Was that Edison?
That's Edison yelling at Nick.
No, Edison was ruthless.
I didn't know
Yeah.
this.
Oh, yeah.
Well, then I'm never going to use a phone again.
Well,
or
yeah.
a light bulb.
No, that was
Or
Bell. Did
whatever.
phone.
Yeah.
I'm never going to use
Whatever.
a fax machine.
I'm
then.
never going to use a cotton gin ever again.
No, you're good. Just use it all.
fine.
You're
Shut
fine.
up.
No, he and Tesla had a really a contentious competition, and apparently Edison was brutal in it, and was
I heard it was Tesla that was the real a-hole there.
It could be. Who knows?
I don't know.
You know, whoever writes history.
all right. Well, Case, what time do we need to break by because we got to
Yeah,
go
like
on
now. Well-
Fox Good Day.
Yeah, you know what? I got to count. So give me a second.
Probably
here.
now because 56 is when we usually check in with them.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll do another one.
All right. Yay.
Survey says. All right, so this is a survey of human resource professionals,
HR.
and they revealed the biggest challenges facing the workforce today and America's biggest frustrations from their perspective. So people coming to them to the HR
Their
department
issues.
and what issues they're bringing to them.
Interesting.
This is according to a poll of 1,000 HR pros. Nearly a third of them, 29%, say that the most common thing workers at a company are not satisfied with is, what do you think?
Coworkers.
No. Their salary, yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Feeling also is
Coworkers.
coming in second is
Well, you'd figure if you're talking about stuff that pisses people off, but I guess if you're taking a more, 30,000 foot view, yeah, salary is always an issue.
also feeling unappreciated is a close second. A lot of
Yeah.
people hate the fact that
Yeah.
they work hard and they don't get the props that they deserve. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of that goes around. Feeling unappreciated was second, followed by a poor work-life balance and a lack of career advancement opportunities.
So when it comes to appreciation, I understand that, but don't you get appreciated once every 2 weeks when you get your paycheck? Do you know what I mean?
well,
Like,
that
shouldn't that just be what you get?
As I've quoted my father, I'm sure he was quoting someone when he said it to me, but it is, they can tell you they love you all they want, but the love is in the paycheck.
Right.
And so that is, but there are certain things, if someone has done a good job, outside the paycheck, I think it goes a long way to be recognized for your contribution or for staying longer or for doing all that stuff as part of a quality of life.
As a human being. You want some recognition.
Take your money and get out of here.
I'm actually surprised you say that. And I say this with love, but this coming from somebody who, like, every time you have an idea, you're like, that was my idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I'm just surprised that you are okay with just the paycheck and not people being like, hey, this was Casey's idea. It was a really great idea.
Well, I don't necessarily need that. I think you want recognition for the idea and not, we talk about this with Chuck all the time when he'll say something and then you say something like 2 seconds. He's like, I already said that. I'm like, oh, shoot, I didn't realize that. I'm not trying to take credit for something.
I just don't acknowledge you.
Yeah.
So getting credit is different than appreciation.
Yes.
In your mind.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the issues that get brought to the HR department, according to this survey, most often are related to poor communication. 44% say that. I could absolutely see that.
Absolutely. How often does preparing a fish lunch in the microwave? Communication.
Poor communication. And a lot of times that stuff can be solved pretty easily. You just have to have willing participants.
Screaming fights.
You just have to have willing participants who understand that you need to communicate clearly about what's going on or what you need. The second issue most often brought to HR departments are rule violations at 40%.
Yeah.
Toxic negativity at 38% and gossip at 37%.
And yet you've done, I think, one of the surveys or one of the Just Saying Institute suggested that work gossip can actually be a good thing.
As long as it's not about you.
Right.
Yeah, true. Yep. So
if everybody's talking about you behind your back, that is not a good place to work.
Agreed. Yeah. Oh, but when you get some dirt, man, that's good, isn't it? Oh,
we just heard something about Kathy. Unbelievable.
When you're like,
apparently she's handing out margaritas on Halloween.
Come into this soundproof room. I got something to tell you. You're like,
Yeah, we're lucky with the soundproof studio.
Yes, our offices are loaded with soundproof rooms, and you don't have to worry about anything.
we got to wrap this up, bro.
Oh, okay. Apologies. Well, I'll finish this another time because there's some other good things on there from the HR list. But survey says time to wrap it up because we got a lot of stuff to get to. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. We go live on Fox Good Day when we return, and we'll also get to the Bizarre File and your chance to win $1,000 coming up with good money yet. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
Every single one of them is an hour-long movie.
That's been true
of the whole series. 8 of them.
Yeah.
But eight movies in a year and a half is like pretty good, compared to like.
Well, let me ask you, going to your film work, which you love, in case you brought up Black Mass, and you know. You've worked on the other side of the table from Johnny Depp, as menacing a Whitey Bulger as you could possibly imagine. And I was reading an interview with you where you say the performance, you know, it really works like when you legitimately, if you're supposed to hate somebody, if you actually sort of legitimately hate the person in that scene, that you can tell when someone's going, I'm going to pretend I hate you. So when Johnny Depp is looking across at you and he's delivering the secret recipe sequence, Are you kind of getting unnerved by that?
Yeah. I mean, there's very personal work going on. I'm terrified of Johnny Depp. I mean, who isn't? But it, you know, so yeah, I mean, it's a funny thing. Like, you meet people and you work with them almost immediately. Like, that was Johnny and me. Like, we just met that day and we just had that scene. But
no kidding.
That was your first scene with him that day?
Yeah, and that was actually my first scene in the movie.
Wow.
You know, you sit down with a person, and so what I try to do is, like, just get very personal with them early on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you try to really see what you get from this human being, and then what you can use. It's almost like you're there with another chef, and you guys just have like ingredients spilled out, and you're like, okay, what am I going to use from you? Like, you know, you have this set of ingredients, I have this set of ingredients. What can we? And I mean, I do feel like the thing about acting is that when it's, and look, I do it sometimes, and sometimes I get scared of doing it, but when you bleed, other people feel it more, I think. Like,
right.
You know, Ernest Hemingway has this great quote where he's like, writing is easy. You just sit at the typewriter and bleed. And like, it's true. Like, when you actually are in the room, if you actually are hurt by someone, it registers as differently, viscerally, than if you're just sort of like pretending.
Right.
And I think in that scene you had soy sauce and garlic ingredients you had, right?
Oh, man, you found out. I spilled the secret.
Can I ask you a question? Because
real quick, I just want to reset. It's David Harbour, if you're just tuning in. Stranger Things Season 3 coming up on Netflix July 4th.
With that particular movie, you listen, you've been an actor for a long time. That's what you majored in college. You get into it because you love it. I assume that you didn't get into what you're doing now to receive awards and all that sort of stuff. However, with that movie, I felt like Johnny Depp should have at least been nominated for Best Actor in every single award show, and he wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff's all political, you know.
Okay.
You can see there are signs, and it's always been the case. For example, I always point to the fact that Paul Neumann should have won for The Verdict. and they gave it to him for The Color of Money.
Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah,
and it's like, well, we screwed up, so here you go. So that's.
I think it's Pacino too, right? Like he was nominated, The Godfather, Godfather 2, like all these movies, and then they give it to him for A Scent of a Woman, which is like, okay. But like, it's
Those
no
weren't
Dog
good.
Day Afternoon. Like, come on, like.
No, you're right.
You're in
Attica.
It was just on the other night. It
so
holds up.
good.
It's
I
still
love
great.
that movie.
David, I wanted to go back to the kids on the set on Stranger Things. You're watching these kids grow up. They're great actors, yet they are they're going up into this world of a career. I'm wondering if you're just letting them do that, or do you occasionally have a little bit of advice you try to, by osmosis, kind of give to them?
Are you a parent?
I am. Yeah, I have 3. Yeah.
One of his sons is right behind us.
Yeah,
Oh,
actually.
really?
Yep. Mhm.
Hey, do you listen to your dad? Oh, yeah. Yeah, whatever. Because you're in the room. Yeah, I know. It's like, of course, like, whatever. I mean, I actually don't have kids, so I have 6, or 7 if you include Joe Keery. But like little kids who I like adore and love, and of course I'm protective over them, and I want them. And I mean, it is a hard road, and especially nowadays with all the interaction with fans and stuff like that, and the fact that, there's a fickle light of fame and of people that like you. I mean, I look at professional sports players, and like, you have a bad season, and you got people in the stands going like, "You're a bum," and we have the same
Exponentially now
thing
because of social media.
Exactly,
you're just eviscerated.
That's the thing, and I feel for these kids to be thrust in the limelight so quickly, and to be, they are beloved. And look, I hope that they never have a day of not being beloved. But I will say I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's possible for any human being. I mean, we go up and down. The world loves you. They hate you. I mean, it's just the nature of fortune, right? It's like a fickle wheel. It just spins. It just spins.
But you feel the hate more than you do the love for some reason.
Absolutely. It's so true, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
You have to learn, though. My dad years ago just he would say, always consider the source. Always consider the source. And when you do that, it helps mitigate and tamp down that stuff. But it's hard, though.
Yeah.
Because you get into this because you, as you said, you go to the hairdresser. How am I doing? And you don't want to hear you're not. It doesn't look like it's going well.
And you think that I think because we're on TV or whatever it is, like. I think it too. I mean, I've written things about people on Twitter, like celebrities and stuff. And you think that like those people are immune because they are so like, and then you're just like, no, like I'm just a human being like anybody else. So if you come up and say like, you're the worst, like, it hurts. I mean,
You're like, I am.
Yeah,
I am the worst.
But it is true. Like the amount you can just rack up love, and it just scroll through that. But the minute somebody goes like, I don't know, you're like
your hairdresser.
What? Yeah, exactly.
Well, like I tweeted out, OJ's on Twitter now, and I tweeted out, I did bring up the double murder thing, but I said he looked good. So I tried to.
Okay.
I still, even with OJ, I tried to do that.
Going back to Stranger Things, I love the concept of the town of Hawkins. It's very Stephen King-esque, like Castle Rock, where there's just this area that's concentrated. Weird things are happening all the time. You've also got this cast that's growing up. This could go on for quite a while. And only you and the guy, the people that are writing this show know whether it's a definitive end at the end of season 3. We don't know, but this train could keep riding for a while, couldn't
it?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Like a shaky witness, I'm gonna reach for the glass.
We know
take a sip of coffee.
We know you got to run. Real quick question about Black Widow. You were indeed filming that.
No. Yes. I mean, I don't know if I'm filming right now.
Right.
But yes.
Okay.
We are shooting that movie. Yes.
I just wanted to make sure because reports and IMDb and
no. There's a lot of misinformation on that as well. But I will say that Kate Shortland is directing this movie Black Widow, which I am in, and it is incredible.
Awesome.
We love the subject matter,
Scarlett.
We're thrilled you're in it. We're huge fans of what you do. And it's just
thanks.
very intriguing. So
Yeah, no, it's. I
That's a
think
hell
it's
of a
really going to
story.
be a good one.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, and these Marvel guys are like, they're just the best in the business. Like Kevin Feige and these guys are just so good at what they do. So you really feel it on set too. It's like this real, these guys are just really good at telling stories.
They take something that could be lighter than air and
Right.
and really you just evaporate, and they make it something that has gravitas to it, which is amazing.
Exactly.
Stranger Things Season 3 is on Netflix July 4th. Dude, I'm really happy that you're like a super nice guy.
Oh, thanks. No,
That's always nice to
It's
find out.
nice to talk to you guys.
Thank you. We appreciate
And
it.
enjoy the season. It's really, and I don't say this. I mean, I'm stand behind the hype. It's like, it's going to take your breath away.
Love it. Love
Excellent.
it.
All right, let's hear it for David Harbour, guys.
Thank you.
Blink recently shared a new song called Happy Days.
Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, the track follows Blame It On My Youth and Generational Divide as the third offering from the trio's new LP, which is tentatively titled Bajmir. Somebody they texted this. And it says their album is Rim Job Backwards. I thought that was the name of Rim Job Backwards was the name of the album. No, Bajmir is Rim Job spelled backwards.
Oh, what? There we go. Thank you. We would not have known that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Bajmir. Or you can name an album Rim Job Backwards.
Would it sound that way if you took?
I doubt it.
Reversed it. I don't think it would.
Here, let's all
wanna
say
try
it.
it?
Yes.
We could.
Yes.
So just say clearly, say rim job.
Can you record it and play backwards or no?
Yes, I can.
Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim Job.
All right. Let's,
So Casey will record that.
All right.
We'll see what that sounds like. All right, okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim Job.
All right, you ready?
Yep. Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir. There's a little in there, but Bajmir. Now let me say that forward.
And see if it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Bajmir.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that. See if it comes back as
Try
Rim
that. Go here and.
Rim Job.
We're scientists.
Rim Job.
Do it again. You can even do it better.
Rim Job. Rim Job.
We are ready to transmit.
Bajmir. Rim Job.
The aliens are about to transmit a message. Rimjar.
Play it again, Casey. Rim Job.
You really got that in there.
I love our
And now the envoy from Neptune is about to speak.
Rim Job.
Rim job.
Rim Job.
Rim job.
It's so
It's like
good.
you've just met in the jungle. Rim job.
Rim Job.
You.
That's my favorite one.
It's a
Rim
greeting.
job.
It's a
Rim
greeting.
Job.
Rim job. You like green job.
Rim.
Rim job.
Rim.
Why did that?
I don't know why it's stopping.
Me? Neither.
Rim Job. We will do that momentarily. And don't forget, shortly after that, your chance to win $1,000 with Good Money It. We will give you a keyword, and I will tell you how to enter that keyword. And we'll have 15 minutes to do it, and somebody's going to win $1,000. And that's just stop number 1 of 5 that we will do today. We do that Monday through Friday. So get set to win. We'll be hearing some music in just a moment, and that means we're about ready to go on Fox. And there it is. So let's do it. Here we go.
That has to be probably one of the number ones of all time of the one-hit wonders. Of course, My Sharona. The Knack was the act that created that one, topped the charts back in 1979.
Preston, see if I'm sure you remember that. It's
Yes.
National One Hit Wonder Day.
Wow.
What comes to mind, Preston, when you think of that term?
First one that comes to mind is Come On Eileen from Dexy's Midnight Runners.
Yep.
I think the 80s had the best one-hit wonders because it was the era of MTV.
Yes.
And you had these visuals that went along with them, but that one automatically I think of. I still love that song.
In fact, I believe that's number 1 on Rolling Stone's list.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Listen,
Love that song.
whatever happened to them?
Well, I'll tell you what, the lead singer in an interview disparaged David Bowie, and that didn't go over very well.
wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
I
at the
didn't know
time,
that.
yeah. So kind of killed their momentum.
Yeah. Kath, well, Steve, what comes to mind for you?
So, Take on Me. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, they got him right there.
Uh-huh.
Nice. And of course, that had a great video as well with the artwork.
Yeah.
And that was kind of groundbreaking at the time.
Yeah, the sketching and the hand coming out.
Doesn't he come to life? Oh, that's right. I remember this one. It's so great. The 80s terror. I love it all.
So, yeah, to Preston's point, yeah, they generated a lot of great one-hit wonders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Kathy, what comes to your mind?
Ice Ice Baby was a one-hit wonder, right?
I mean...
yeah, Vanilla Ice.
Vanilla had some. He had a couple other pseudo.
It was also a hit for Queen.
That was the one big. Yeah, it was a hit with Queen and David Bowie as well. But yeah, I guess you could count him as a one-hit wonder.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I loved it.
Then they had the lawsuit where, because he was like taking the riff and he was pretending that it was like, but mine goes up. It goes do.
Yeah.
Another song.
He would have made it.
You mentioned, of course.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it's the sample from Under Pressure.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Under Pressure. Casey boy.
All right, I'm going to go a little bit later on this one. I'm going to go to the late 90s. There's a song called You Get What You Give by the New Radicals.
Oh, great song.
I love this song.
I still love listening to this song.
We had a concert with this band, and it was such their one hit that they performed it at the beginning of their set and the end of the set.
Yeah, I remember that.
Do you remember this song, Mike?
Great.
I do.
Yeah, I'm here.
That's a good one.
I'm going to also vote for the 90s. I'm going to go Tub Thumping by Chumbawamba.
Wow.
I get knocked down and I get up again.
Tub Thumping.
That was in every bar for a long stretch of time in the mid to late 90s.
Yeah.
And that was the motto. I get down, but I get back up again.
Yeah,
that's right.
Never gonna.
But you're going to have to help me get back up.
Yes, because my hip is not what it used to be. Yeah.
You know one that I never liked because I'm cranky? Don't worry, be happy.
There you go. Bobby McFerrin.
Yeah, Bobby McFerrin.
Do you know what I think is a great one hit from? It goes back to the '60s. Is "Get Together" by the Youngbloods.
Oh, come on, people now.
Yeah.
Smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try to love one another right now.
He apparently pissed off Johnny Carson.
Stop it.
No, seriously.
Did he?
They
Really?
came to the studio for the Tonight Show, and they were being real snotty to the staff or something.
Really?
And he said, well, you had your chance. You'll never be back here.
And they delivered on that. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they went away forever.
Well, thanks for the serenade, and thanks for everyone playing along and naming their favorite one-hit wonders. That was a lot of fun, guys.
What we
pleasure.
do.
We'll
Good to
next
see you
week.
guys. All right, take care. Yeah, there's if you pull up lists, I find a big chunk of them do come from the 80s. And I think it was that MTV era that did it.
You know, another one I just heard it the other day, and big country in a big country.
Yeah, great song.
Great song.
Excellent song.
Yeah.
All right, hey, we got to quit this. It is 8:01. We're a minute behind.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
All right, the word you're looking for is promise. PROMISE. And we'll give you until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways for you to do it. You can enter it at WMMR.com. You can enter it via the MMR app. Or you can text the word promise to the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And one random entry will win $1,000 in our company-wide contest. Each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you do answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com. And it is sponsored by Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. So the word, again, is promise. Enter that right now. All right, we got to get a look at traffic. Let's go for that. Kath, what's up so far this morning?
We still have jam traffic on the Schuylkill Expressway, eastbound 202 into Belmont, the Boulevard into Girard, westbound Passyunk to South Street, the Boulevard to Gladwin, and then the Blue Road out to Gulf Mills. On the Blue Road northbound, that tractor-trailer fire is still at the Mid-County tolls. It's blocking a few lanes here, but the 2 right lanes are getting by. You're jammed back to Conshohocken. Northbound also jams 95 to the Media bypass. Limekiln Pike at Greenwood Avenue in Cheltenham. There's an accident there to watch out for. 95 southbound jams Academy to Bridge. The Vine westbound jams the length. And then coming over the Ben Franklin Bridge westbound, you're jammed from the midspan to 5th Street. This traffic report brought to you by Christian Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. Another chilly shower. The plumbing experts at Christian have the fix. A tankless water heater upgrade and save $400 instantly on installation. Call 833-842-1989 to get endless hot showers. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
We'll dive into these stories right about now, my friend. We will start with this one out of Australia. A man who tossed a beloved chicken known as Betty White to its death. What? In an alligator pen had simply wanted to feed the reptile.
Okay.
That's what he says.
He fed Betty White.
I think this is in, I thought this was
Where did
in
the Golden Girls live?
Australia.
Well, what's funny is Betty White was feeding the alligator in Lake Placid, was she not?
In Lake Placid. Turnabout's fair play, I guess.
So it says, Peter Smith of Hunterview in Regional NSW. That's New South Wales, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, so anyhow, pleaded guilty on Tuesday to one count of aggravated animal cruelty. Defense lawyer Brian Wrench described the case as a very unusual matter. He said that Smith had simply fed a chicken to a hungry alligator in a wildlife park. He said there was the old adage, never smile at a crocodile, but this was a happy alligator after feasting on Betty White. The defense lawyer said Smith had no criminal record, was a grandfather, and grown up in the country and just wanted to feed an alligator.
You know, B. Arthur's left arm was ripped off by an alligator.
But the magistrate, Carolee Perry, said that she was not sure making light of the situation was appropriate. She said,
don't like it.
These are serious allegations, and when told the maximum penalty for aggravated animal cruelty is 2 years imprisonment and a fine of $24,000, Perry said nothing to make fun of then. Wrench said that he was not making fun of the case, but 750 million chickens are killed each year. Smith's case was adjourned to November 20th for the sentencing. Police claim Smith committed an act of aggravated cruelty on a silky bantam chook.
Oh.
At the Oakville Farm and Fauna World. Police had attended the wildlife park after reports that the much-loved chicken had been snatched from an enclosure.
It's a beautiful chicken.
Thrown into the alligator pen in front of shocked families.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but these are a slightly more lush chickens. They have a plumage to them.
Yep, exactly. In a statement released after the silky hen was killed, farm owner Kent Sansom said management and staff had been deeply saddened by Betty White's fate. He said Betty White was hand-raised at the park and had played a crucial role in our endangered species breeding program for the bush stone curlew and other species by providing surrogacy to the chicks.
Did you see what he wrote online? It was very heartfelt. He said, "Thank you for being a friend."
Oh. Her quiet nature means that she would not hesitate to approach a customer for some animal pellets, making her an easy target for an alleged ruthless perpetrator. So this dude, he just grabbed this chicken and threw it. That's psycho. All right, here is a follow-up to something you mentioned yesterday on the air, Nick. A second California mansion owned and abandoned by John Powers Middleton has been blanketed in graffiti after his other property, where Sean Combs once shot a music video, was tagged with "Diddy was here." The neglected houses are both owned by John Powers Middleton, the son of Phillies owner John S. Middleton, and have been taken over by different squatters over the years. The properties, one on Sunset Plaza and one on Mulholland Drive, have become an eyesore in the affluent Hollywood Hills neighborhood, as well as a security concern, neighbors said.
They really do look bad.
And nothing seems to keep the vandals away. The second home on Sunset Plaza was actually given a fresh coat of paint last week, only to be re-tagged with new graffiti by Monday. And the problem has been happening for years. An armed man was squatting in the Sunset Plaza mansion with his dog before he was arrested. And in January 2022 and in August 2023, more squatters destroyed the property, prompting another visit from police. The house was once cherished and thoughtfully constructed and taken care of, with the original owner obsessing over every detail, including 3 swimming pools and a helipad.
I think that's changed.
Middleton's other property is estimated to be worth $6.5 million, and a lien has been issued on it after he defaulted on property taxes. 10 people were removed from the home earlier this month, and cops have been called to the property 6 times in September alone. Local council members said that Middleton is in, quote, egregious violation of the law based on his poor handling of the properties.
Something's going to have to happen.
Like, why not just sell it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll tell you this, though. I'm surprised to hear it's only $6.9 million for where it is and the size of the friggin' thing.
Did you see it?
Our next door neighbors moved and they left the house in a state of disarray for 5 years.
5 years.
5 years, and they still owned it, I guess. But I mean, they had moved out, and I guess they just quit paying for it or whatever, and they
just left it.
I don't. Yeah,
was it like a sheriff's auction or what?
I don't know how our neighbors ended up getting it, but yeah, it just sat there rotting for 5 years with nobody tending to it at all.
Well, and if you see aerial views of these mansions, like the neighbors, they're right there.
Yeah.
It's not like, sprawling land where, your neighbor's miles away. They're right there. So if there's, they said there's an armed squatter in there and stuff, it's kind of dangerous.
Yep. 5 people have been arrested by police in Spain after getting busted pulling an online scam using the identity of Brad Pitt. The suspects allegedly would reach out to female fans online and lead them to believe that they had a sentimental relationship with him, Brad Pitt. Once trust was gained, the scammers would then attempt to coax the women into investing in various projects that didn't exist. In some cases, women ended up being taken for excess of $100,000.
Oh, man.
Pro tip, the vast majority of Hollywood celebrities will never personally reach out to you with investment strategies.
I was just saying that to Brad Pitt the other night.
Yeah. Kai McKenzie, a 23-year-old surfer, lost his entire leg in a shark attack while surfing at North Shore Beach in Australia. After fighting off the great white shark, he managed to ride his damaged board to the shore, where an off-duty police officer used a dog leash to stop the bleeding. A few hours after that attack, his leg washed up on the beach.
Is that crazy?
Yeah. The hope
Shark
was
spit it out.
that doctors could reattach it, but they were not able to do that. And now, out of the hospital, Kai's looking forward to getting a prosthetic leg and shared how grateful he is for the support of his girlfriend and family.
Could have easily been dead.
Kai joked that once he has his prosthetic, he is ready to take on the world again. And meeting other shark survivors has helped him heal. Apparently, they get together. So, all right, Steve, this last one's for you. Rubber-faced Tommy Mattinson won the World Gurning Championship for a record 19th time and vowed, I want to win 30.
Well, this guy has to be the GOAT then, right? Is he the Michael Jordan of gurning?
Tommy, who is 52, beat off stiff competition to take home the crown in the men's category, while Claire Lister won the women's category for an 8th consecutive time.
How did it feel out there, Tommy? Ooh, very good.
Claire's daughter, Kendall, was named champion in the junior category competition held annually in Egremont, Cumbria. This is in England. Judges crown the winning contestant based on whoever displays the starkest transformation between their normal face and their gurning face.
Kathy, do you have any interest in this?
Tommy, whose dad was a gurning champion, said, "It's amazing. I'm so pleased to win it again. I didn't expect, I never do, but there was some stiff opposition tonight." He said, "When I pull my face, I go into my zone, and I don't hear the crowd, and I don't feel anything."
So what's your son up to these days? Well, he pulls his face until he doesn't look like himself.
He said, "I'll be coming back. I want 30. If you think you're a champion, you should come back and defend it. As long as I'm alive and kicking, I'll come back and support it." He said, "I remember winning the juniors for the first time. I started gurning when I was a little child, trying to copy my dad, who was a world champion. My mom said I was always pulling my face as a kid." Dozens of hopefuls took part in the event, which is part of the Egremont Crab Fair, which also sees wheelbarrow races and horn-blowing competitions.
So this is the real deal.
Yeah.
Case, do you think your Pearl Jam face could...
I never knew that gurning was just making faces. I thought it was like you had to pull your bottom lip over your top lip.
That's the gurning I'm more familiar with.
No, this is the actual thing is the biggest transformation in your face.
Right.
Yeah. So if that's the case, I think I got a shot.
So let's see it.
Okay.
I mean, and this is what you'll have to watch on YouTube in
Take
order
his
to see
glasses
this.
off his hat.
You wanna stretch.
Well, yeah. So
gargle.
Don't hurt
this
yourself.
is what I normally look like, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys, we all
prepare
agree.
because you're going to disappear right now.
Right.
Okay.
Do I still look like myself?
You do.
I thought.
You're just putting
Do the Eddie Vedder.
Eddie Vedder. Kathy, you do it.
Kathy
too,
can
don't
do
you?
it too. Yeah.
that's a face my dad made. I have a picture. I should bring you guys a picture of my dad making that face. Probably
on top of Janis Joplin?
No. But he was probably in his 20s or 30s at the time. And so my brothers started making that face in pictures, family photos, and all of that. So that's how I know how to do it.
What if the person you're with does that when they have an orgasm? I mean, could you,
You couldn't. Just the fear of seeing that would stop you from
I would have to
completing
end the relationship immediately.
I have to have so many pictures as a kid, but that kind of face, they'd be like, just crazy over smile.
Casey's trying. Are you trying to make the face that the guy's making in the girl? Nah.
No.
I like the Eddie Vedder.
Okay.
Definitely my favorite.
You know who does it as sort of as a part of his characters is Ed Bassmaster.
Yeah.
He contorts his face quite a bit.
He does.
Yeah. I don't know if that would ever qualify for this contest, but a lot of the humor that you get with Ed is because of the facial expressions he makes.
I'll tell you who could have competed and won in his heyday would have been Jim Carrey. His entire act was bending his face and doing impressions.
By the way, the Agreemont Crab Fair is thought to date all the way back to 1267.
Oh, my God.
And
Gurning, right?
I guess has Gurning been going on that
Well, they
long?
didn't have iPads.
And it took place when crab apples were given to the townsfolk by the Lord of the Manor.
Now make your face look stupid.
Yes, the Lord
I
of the Manor.
shan't feed any of you unless you make me laugh with those stupid faces. You stupid, filthy peasants.
He's the one that started.
You amuse me, you stupid, filthy, ugly peasants.
All right, you have a little under a minute left to enter the word promise for a Good Money It and $1,000. So get over there now. The word is promise. Just go ahead and text it to 45911, and maybe you will win $1,000. When we return, we will have live music in our studio from the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. We've never done this before, so we're looking forward to that. And Garrett Stubbs of your Phils, your NL East champion Phils, will be joining us as well. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Your tongue to cream butthole.
At the end, I go, rim job.
Yeah, of course, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
it's definitely
rim job.
That's the natural gagging.
Frame job. Someone wants to point out that we've won awards.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I know.
True.
That doesn't mean they can't rescind them.
Yeah.
What?
Do you get the spicy chicken at the Chick-fil-A, or do you just get the regular chicken?
I have gotten the spicy before.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like there.
Oh, dear God. I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
Are you coming out right now?
I'm coming out.
I mean, Pride Month ended
Mom,
yesterday.
can we
Did it end
talk?
yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah,
June. All right, anyway,
Okay,
I was just joking. Go
I'm a
ahead.
spicy chicken guy. Oh, no.
But I just wanted to let this be known that Wendy's has,
Well, I'll always love you.
has the spicy chicken nuggets are back. So
That was, yes, I did see that announcement they made. So you wanted to get the word out?
I just want to get the word out. Want to
All
let
right.
people know it's usually like $6 for $1.
Yeah.
I heard.
This morning on the Preston and Steve Show, Casey Boy reveals something concerning fast food and an extended offer. We go now to Jim Englishevsky outside of the Pentagon. Jim, did Casey in fact confirm there was an extended offer?
That's correct, Tom.
Thank you, Jim.
That's all you had to say. Yes, it's correct. It's confirmed.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like
Just a spicy chicken guy. Spicy chicken guy. Oh no!
Dear God, I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
I just want to get the word out. Want to let people know.
Okay, so I want to talk about the movies that are opening this weekend. Where'd Casey go?
Do you think he had to make a boom boom?
I'm not really sure. There's a lot of things that are off about him today, so...
Is it even Casey?
It might not be Casey. Did we check?
Maybe it's
No,
the hair.
we usually take a urine specimen every morning.
So we usually have a little song that we play. Marissa, I don't know if you can find that or not. It's the 20th Century Fox with the recorder.
Yeah.
Maybe it's under... I don't know what it's even labeled under.
I'll admit this. I'm a little scared.
We have kazoos.
You could do that, Kath.
You're a master of it, Kathy. Play it. Play it for us.
I got mine, Kath.
All right, I have my egg.
You know how it goes?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give you the root.
Okay, ready?
Wait, hum it for me. Yeah. Okay.
Ray, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen.
You were way better than me.
Thank you. I went for it.
That was sensational.
A little lightheaded.
You know what I realized?
You have a recorder.
I have a recorder right here.
You want to do it again?
You okay?
I'm better.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't feel good, guys.
Right over here is Jason Kelsey. How you doing so far? You enjoying the off season?
Yeah, it's good. We just started up again about 2 weeks ago. This week was the first week on the field with the coaches. So we're kind of back at it.
Kind of seems like there's really not any sort of real off season these days. The nature of the beast is that you just keep at it.
Yeah, especially when you're playing playoff games and stuff like that. It shortens down. We're probably 7 months out of the year working, but that's. Pretty intensive work for 7 months. But
Jason, is it a case of and is it sort of better that way because you gotta do more getting up to speed?
Yeah.
If you take too much time off, and if you kind of sort of keep at it, you're always just a tick off, fighting weight, basically.
Yeah, I think most guys lift year round pretty much.
Yeah.
You'll take a few weeks off here or there, go on vacation, whatnot, but most guys are always staying in shape. This time of the year is especially important for all the new free agents that we got in, all the guys that are trying to learn the terminology, the new playbooks.
Well, your brother's like one of the best tight ends in the league.
Yeah.
He does a great commercial, by the way.
He's tackling an eagle in that commercial, or have we talked about this yet?
He's dancing in the commercials, the commercial that I'm talking about, where he's sort of fantasizing and he's doing like an end zone dance, and then you realize that he's like standing in the middle of a store or whatever.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, because you guys are both at the top of your games and the top of your positions, who's the actual better athlete?
Oh, Travis is not even close.
Oh, really?
Not even close. You got to call him as you see him. Yeah. Honestly, he's living it out in fantasy, and you're doing it.
Yeah. No, he's a special athlete, and he always has been. Even no matter what it was, basketball, baseball. He's just had a knack for sports. I think that I've always been big, fast, and strong, but the type of athlete he is, how fluid he is, the way he moves, his ability to change direction and things like that, and spatial awareness. He's a tremendous athlete.
Jason, you and Nick share something in common. You guys have both climbed Mount Kilimanjaro.
You climbed Mount Kili?
I did. Yeah, I did it for charity as well. The organization you guys did it with was Chris Long and Bo Allen. And the Water Boys is a fantastic organization. And, when I did it, I thought I never want to do it again. Because
same here.
Yeah, it is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Yeah.
But now it's been several years, and I want to do it again. And part of the reason why I want to do it again is because of the work you guys have done for such a great organization. And I love philanthropic climbs at all. And to do it and make it that challenging is really impressive. Tell me your impressions of the climb itself.
Same as you.
Yeah.
The moment I started going up that last night, about halfway through, I was like, what in the hell am I doing?
Yeah.
You're in the pitch black. You're going. What route did you go up?
We did Umbwe.
Umbwe?
Yeah.
We did Rongai, which is the only one from like the north side.
Yes.
It's the shortest, but I think.
Is it steeper?
I think it's at the top. It's a little bit steeper.
Because everyone says it's like Nick was saying that basically as climbs go, it's a gradual, but there was one route that at the end, that's probably what you did, that it becomes a lot steeper.
The summit is the hardest part of the climb.
Exactly.
And you're already tapped out because you've done a climb for several days in a row, and then it becomes the steepest part at the highest elevation.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I don't know if it's any steeper, I shouldn't say that, but you do have to, once you get to the top, you don't go right to the peak, so you have to like walk around to the other side of the peak, which is a little bit more of like another 2 hours once you're already at the top, which is kind of like, why in the heck am I?
Are you walking?
I should already be here.
Is that so you summit like at daybreak?
So you get up at midnight the night before. That's what we did on this route. You have a headlamp on. It's the blackest of black you've ever seen. I mean, there's not a light
on a mountain.
Yeah, and you just start making your ascent. And at this point, it's a little bit too steep for guys like me to go straight up. I mean, the porters and guys who do this, I mean, there's nothing to them. They're walking up and down like it's just another day of work.
Bastards.
But, for us, we go kind of sideways in these skipbacks, and it took us 7.5 hours to get to Gilman's Point, which was the top of the Rongai route, and then we had to walk another 2.5 hours to the peak. So I got to the peak around 10 a.m.
Who else climbed with you guys?
So it was me, Chris, Bo, and Haloti Nada were the 4 guys that have played with the Eagles.
And Haloti?
They said Haloti and Bo were the 2 heaviest guys that they've ever seen climb the mountain.
And he announced his retirement from at the peak, at the summit.
After the climb, the mountain is now 16,000 feet.
As we're sitting here talking to you, the texts are coming in, and I wanted to find out what you hear most. Do you hear hungry dogs? What is it? Hungry dogs run faster?
Yeah.
Okay. Or if I don't eat breakfast, I'm pissed off.
Yep.
Or what, from that speech, there were several highlights. Do people just yell those out to you sometimes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one do you hear most?
I was actually surprised nobody this morning asked if I ate breakfast and if I was upset or not.
You've heard enough,
yeah,
man.
Oh, thank you.
You know,
I probably hear hungry dogs. I probably hear hungry dogs run faster than those. And that's not just from. I mean, that's still a mantra of Jeff Stoutland. I mean, he was just grilling some of the younger guys with it today, and or not today, but yesterday about we got some rookies coming in here. We got some new free agent signings. You want to talk about hungry dogs, and he's trying to motivate people with it. I mean, it's something that was such a big part, I think, with the team and the city, and it kind of all correlated together that I probably hear that one the most.
That's Jason Kelsey. Yeah. I did notice something else.
More from the noticer. He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The 2 that I use are
your fingers.
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the 2 that I use from time to time. Now,
okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. They have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, dude, just give me.
Do not like
answer.
that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Honestly, for when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media. I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music. I think that's
the radio.
What I would use
it for.
Playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone. It'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Lauer.
Yeah,
That's what it would be.
Yeah. Hey, Lauer.
Yeah, because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes. Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know.
Hey, Lauer. Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Crofts.
Summer Breeze.
I met a guy.
Bill parties hard.
I met a guy.
Let's do some heroin.
At our gig the other night who is Bill's neighbor. And he told me you should hear Bill at church because Bill is a lector.
He's a lector, yes.
And so he speaks at church. Can you imagine being at church and you hear the other people that are kind of speaking like this, and Bill steps up to the microphone.
And then Jesus.
I didn't know this.
Oh, yeah.
Said, Peter, you'll be the third leg of the stool.
Yes.
The word of the Lord.
The Romans are the low-hanging fruit in this scenario. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
David actually slung some fruit instead of a rock.
Who had the roast beef?
But,
I give this resurrection an A+.
But listen, when in my short amount of time that I was going to a Catholic church, my wife is Catholic, and the priest initially spoke at such a level, and you guys know my hearing.
Oh, yeah.
I sat there. I'm like, what am I even doing here?
What is he saying?
What is the point of me being
Honestly?
here? I don't hear anything.
You would want a Bill Weston. You'd want someone who projects.
Yeah. It was just I'm like, the whole time I think this is a waste of time.
Listen to me, Preston.
Yeah.
We've got a priest at our parish that performs each Sunday.
Oh, it's about him then, huh?
He's very nice. He shakes everybody's hand afterwards, and he's a nice. But it's.
I'm going to improve
you want
on
a
the
show,
word of God.
and you want to be able to hear. You can come to my church, Preston.
Right.
Okay.
Does he do close-up magic as well?
No, but he's interactive.
Yeah,
the kids get to come up on.
Watch me kick the cap off this block. Now, as Jesus kicked the Canaanites.
Steve, he kicks the bottle. He gives the cap off of the wine.
Snuffs out the candles.
That could work too.
Yes.
That could work too. I mean, who wouldn't find that entertaining?
Kicking a few Eucharists into the mouth. Watch this.
When I was on
Hold that Eucharist up about just so. You can travel down a street named after you. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think a statue would be more awesome.
You like a statue?
I think
on top of a horse with a raised sword?
Yeah, with rearing
That's
up.
Preston Elliott.
Yeah, rearing up both of its front hooves in the air.
Yes.
I'd love to have that.
Wait a second.
He fought in the Civil War?
What does that mean? There's a difference.
It doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean nothing.
There was a long-standing myth, at least this is what I've read, that it would depend on if there was one leg raised or two, whether they died in battle or But
I heard completely other.
Apparently that's.
I heard gay, not gay.
They're gay or not gay.
Gay general.
Kathy, we have a real treat this morning, some live music in the studio. Two people that I would like to introduce. First of all, we want to welcome to our microphone the artistic director of the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society, Mr. Jordan Peterson is here. Nice to see you, Jordan. How are you today?
Doing well. Thank you for having me.
Our pleasure. And we have, listen to this, we have in our studio who, by most accounts, is considered the best classical guitarist in the world.
In the friggin' world.
Who is here with us this morning. She is the most watched classical guitarist of all time. Some of her videos have over 47 million views, and we are very delighted to have Anna Vidovic here in our studio. Anna, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
No, it's our pleasure to have someone in such high esteem here with us this morning.
Thank you.
And you're going to be performing in a little bit, so we're very excited. We heard the warm-ups. Oh, my goodness.
It's a whole other class, and it's beautiful. But this fact caught me off guard here, Preston, about being the youngest student at the age of 13 to attend the prestigious National Music Academy in Zagreb. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. How old were you when you began playing guitar?
I was about 5 years old. I grew up in a music family, so it was very natural for my brothers and I to start playing an instrument. My father was a rock guitarist, so we were inspired by him, and he was the one that really initiated, for us to start playing an instrument.
Did he play in a rock band?
He had a band. He had several bands in his youth, and they traveled and they played together. He loved music, not just any kind of music.
Right.
All different styles of music.
Was he surprised by the time you turned 7 that you could kick his ass on the guitar?
Well, I'm very grateful to him because he really was the one that kind of opened my world into the music, and it really inspired me to play an instrument. So, he is kind of my idol. Also, my brothers as well. So that was my first introduction to music through my father.
Wow, Jordan. So, what is Anna doing in town right now with the Classical Guitar Society?
Well, I believe she's centralized in Philadelphia. We're lucky enough to have her.
No way. I did not know that. You live here in Philly?
I live here in Philly.
Well, then you have to start coming out to MMR events.
Yeah.
Now you're a friend of the show now.
Exactly. Yes.
Absolutely.
That's amazing. What brought you to, where are you originally from?
Well, I'm from Croatia originally, and I spent about 20 years there, so half of my life. And then I decided to move somewhere. I wanted to study more classical guitar, and I came to Baltimore. So I studied in Baltimore for several years, and I stayed in there for many, many years. And then I recently moved to Philly, in Maryland.
In Croatia, you probably kept hearing about the Preston and Steve show.
Yes, of course. We listen to it every day.
Where were you studying in Baltimore?
Peabody Conservatory.
The Peabody.
Yes,
Okay. Wow.
yes.
And then Philadelphia. And how long have you been here now?
So almost 2 years.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm
fairly new
just
resident. All right.
settling in, yes.
I was going to say we would have known.
We
by
would have been
now
all over you.
if you had been here for several years, because I mean you're one of the world's great talents. That's amazing. Is it a small group of people that play at your level in the classical guitar community?
Well, classical guitar is constantly evolving. So at the moment we have so many guitarists, that are just coming from all different parts of the world, which is great to see. So the classical guitar is in a really high level. And yes, there are many of us, but that's good. That's a good thing.
Yeah. Well, we have lots of questions, but I think we should get, if you don't mind, you performing a little bit so our audience can get a taste of what you're all about, and then we'll follow up with some more questions for you.
Okay, great.
What would you like to play? What is this first piece?
So I'll play a piece by a Spanish composer, Isaac Albeniz. This is going to be Asturias, a part of it, not the entire piece, but just a part of the piece.
Okay. And this is Anna Vidovic on MMR. Oh my goodness!
That for some reason the piece sounds familiar to me, but I'm like, oh dear God, don't let me applaud before it's over.
I know. If you're just tuning in, Anna Vidovic is joining us in the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. She's considered one of the best classical guitarists.
Can't see why.
In the world. I have a couple of questions. So in that piece you were playing, well, this is an observation actually.
Yeah.
In that piece, I thought Rodney, who's engineering over here, had turned on a slight delay or slapback because it sounded like there was this echo effect that was coming. No, that was just her fingers. That was just Anna doing what she does.
Wow. It's amazing.
And there was a moment, too, where you were playing in that piece where you were playing two notes, two different strings. And at first, I'm like, well, that sounded a little bit out of tune. But you were slightly bending those notes just a little bit to create tension or something, right? Or is that written in that piece?
I guess it's kind of both. We usually don't bend the strings a little bit. Sometimes for a certain effect.
Yeah.
But there's a lot going on in the piece. So you have like a single line, then you have the chords, and then you go back to this beautiful second part that is kind of soothing and mellow and warm, and then you go back to the first part. It's a lot going on. So it's a fun piece to play.
So you said you only played part of that piece, and that was a few minutes long. What is a lengthy piece time out to on the guitar?
Well, we have different lengths. So this is a little bit longer. So it's about 5 or 6 minutes long. But I just shorten it up because sometimes we have pieces that are like 20 minutes long or 30 minutes long. So but there's different kinds. This is really one of the most popular pieces, written.
So a moron like me probably could have heard that if I was paying attention to some classical guitars.
Spanish Caravan.
A few years ago, we had performers Rodrigo y Gabriela in studio, and they performed together. But the sound that you just it blows my mind that it's one person that created the sound that you just did, because when we had them in, obviously it was two people. When you're playing classical guitar, how much of the guitar itself becomes a percussive instrument?
This is what is great about your guitar, classical guitar, because you can. There's so many different techniques that we can use. As you heard today, we have these chords that are very, very powerful. We do use all different style. I mean, I can demonstrate, but it would take a long time. So this piece kind of represents that. Different techniques that the classical guitar has. But yes, there's also percussive. We can use a lot of that as well. It just depends on the piece that you can use. I mean, there's amazing how many different signs on a body there is.
One of the things I love about classical guitar that differentiates from other styles of guitar are the use of dynamics, the actual volume. And you guys play around with that a lot. I find that I think that brings a piece alive when it's got great dynamics.
It's fun. I mean, that's so great that you can create all these colors and all these beautiful dynamics and
and emotion.
And emotion. That's how you reflect the emotion. Yes.
The reinforced part of the guitar there looks like the dark brown bar across. Is that serve any addition? What is the purpose of that?
This is only to make. Sometimes we play without sleeves. Like if I don't, if I play with a bare hand, it protects the wood from sweat.
I see.
It's just there for that purpose.
Okay.
Yeah.
And playing classical guitar, the position that you're in with it sitting down between your legs like that, is that usually the way classical guitarists play? Because we're used to seeing, someone wearing a strap and the guitar's a little further up on the torso when they're playing an acoustic guitar.
There's different positions. We usually use this with the foot. It's called a footstool. So it just reinforces our leg because it's important for the guitar to be steady, so it doesn't move. But of course, there's different techniques. Some people play on the right side of the leg, on the right leg. There's also a strap. Yeah, so the different styles require different positions.
I just wanted to ask Jordan, so concerning the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society, what do you provide? What is? I have to say, I'm unfamiliar until this moment. What exactly are you providing for the city of Philadelphia?
Yeah, so we've been around since 1967. So we've been a staple for the Classical Society, or the classical community rather. So what we provide, we bring acts from around the world, like Anna, to the Philadelphia stage
and convince them to live here.
Exactly. Yes.
Stay here.
Yeah. So not only that, we'll provide professional memberships where they can list their name. So if you want to hire a professional classical guitarists from around the area. You can go on our website, phillyguitar.org. We can also provide lessons if you want to go to the classical guitar store. I bet you didn't know that existed.
Did not know that existed.
It's on Sansom, right next to Porcini, across from Helium. Visit it. It's great. Yeah.
Right across from Helium?
Yeah.
I mean, anytime I've gone to Helium, I could have walked and left out with a classic guitar in my hand.
Exactly. That easy.
Do you guys have shows from time to time?
Oh, yeah, of course. So we start to kick off, our first show is on October 6th.
Okay.
And it's at the Settlement Music School near the Mashulu.
Oh.
And the best thing about it is we have parking on premise. Free. Take that.
That's perfect.
Philadelphia Parking Authority.
That alone is worth it.
Yeah.
Anna, I wanted to, I'm going to loop Kathy in on this conversation. How important is it to take care of your nails? Because they are what you strum the guitar with.
It's very important to keep them healthy and strong because we use them every day, so they wear off after a while. You have to, I use a nail filer and I just make sure that they stay at a certain length, but you have to keep them strong.
Yeah.
So take vitamins and, it's things we do, put nail polish that strengthens them or whatever you need to do. But yes, they do wear off. It's a lot. Yeah.
And you probably have to keep them short though, right?
You have to keep them quite short. Yeah, some people prefer a longer nail, but I like to keep them short.
For strength, they're stronger, shorter.
Yes, exactly. They don't break as easily.
I would think your left hand would need to be shorter nails and your right hand would need to be longer nails.
Yeah, the left one needs to be completely short. There's no nail on the left because we're pressing with that part of our hand. Yeah.
Who in the rock realm you mentioned? And I know that we talked about Sting, and Sting was practicing when we interviewed him yesterday. And Andy Summers, I know, had attended one of your performances. Who in the rock realm, since your dad was a rocker, is a rocker? Is he still with us?
No, unfortunately.
No. I'm sorry to hear that. But who excites you? Who do you find interesting as a rock guitarist?
I have so many. I listen to so much music. It would be hard to choose one person. I'm so inspired because as classical guitarists, we are inspired by that style of the music. I learned from them. I learned from their technique. I learned from how they perform, and so I listen to all of them. I mean, Andy Summers, of course, is amazing. Steve Vai, Joe Satriani. I mean, they're amazing. So
it's so wild to hear, right?
Yeah, I mean, because I watch also the way they perform live, and so throughout all these years, those were my inspirations, of course, together with classical guitarists. But they were my very, very big inspiration.
How about from the world of blues, like Stevie Ray Vaughan?
Of course, Stevie Ray. That's one of my heroes forever. Wow. Forever, Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yeah, I grew up listening to him. That's probably one of my biggest heroes.
You've been playing since you were a kid. At what age did your fingers become calloused so that you could play the strings the way you do now?
It took many years. I mean, it hurts. When you start playing, it hurts a little bit. It's because of the strings. But by now, I don't even feel anything. By now, they're completely. Actually, my left fingers are longer than the right because of all this callus. Yeah,
oh.
So. Yeah.
Wow.
It looks strange, but that's the way it is.
Anna, I mentioned your videos having all these views. What platform do you use for your videos? Is it social media or YouTube or a combination of both?
It's mostly YouTube. I love YouTube.
Okay. Yeah.
And YouTube over the years really has been helpful because it, you can put all your work there.
You can monetize it?
You can. Well, no. It's more used for promotion and for when you do something, I post it when I have a new recording or a new piece that I'm playing, or it's a great way to present your music.
Just to let you know, if you're getting 47 million hits. You could start monetizing.
But I think the purpose was just for me always to present, the music. And
Anna, do you teach as well?
I teach a little bit when I travel, when I perform, when I play concerts. I teach master classes in universities or at music school. Or we do an outreach program with local students. So that's an important part of what I do because I like to work with students, and I enjoy that very much.
So local schools could contact you and possibly hire you to come in for classes and what to show kids and
sure.
what could be. Yeah,
Jordan, what is what's a top level classical guitar go for?
It depends. Anywhere from around 5,000 for a concert up to 20,000. I've seen some for 50,000 if you're talking about like a Herman Hauser. a specific luthier. So one of the stipulations typically is you want a handmade guitar, just because there's a lot of care that goes into it. They'll actually tap on the back with a tuning fork, make sure it's a particular 440 hertz.
Anna, do you have your own line? I mean, does that happen in the classical world? Signature guitar?
Well, this guitar was, if I can say, made for me, but specifically, but by an Australian maker, Jim Redgate. So, this is what I'm loyal to, and I always play this guitar because I think when you find something that you like, you
stick with it.
You stick.
Yeah.
Is it special kinds of string as well?
No, it's just a regular string, the Daria strings, regular. I don't use anything specific. It's just the brand that I like.
Can you play any other stringed instruments?
No.
No.
I tried. I tried electric guitar. I mean, I tried electric guitar and I played a little bit, and I actually really enjoy it. But I have to focus on classical. It takes
it's your bread and butter.
One instrument is.
I would if you pick up a ukulele every now and then and tinker around. Mandolin or no?
What about slide whistle, Preston?
Maybe I'll try. I'll try.
I bet you she's amazing. She picks it up and is probably amazing.
See, I'm rusty.
You're rusty.
Preston was actually
There you go.
attended the National Conservancy of Slide Whistle by the age of 5. So.
Yeah.
You did?
I need to reconfigure this slide whistle. It's a substandard. It's not a Herbert Hoover or whatever you said.
Herbert Hoover.
Herbert Hoover. What was the name you said?
Herman Hauser.
Herman Hauser, yes.
Get my Herman Hauser.
Herman Munster, Preston.
Get my Herman Munster.
Where's my
God damn it. Thank you.
Do you play piano?
I do. When I was a kid, yes, because we had to learn piano as part of our school system, and that's a great knowledge to have.
I wish we had that.
Yeah,
I bemoan the fact that I won't go through my trauma with the trombone, and I've lived it over.
Steve wanted to play drums, and the music teacher made him play trombone.
And I grabbed it.
Play.
Yes, and I think the greatest thing you can do to a child is force a trombone. No, is to allow them to find an instrument they like. Music I see and hear so many people talk about the joy of having it introduced to them as children, and even perhaps if they thought being the practice and all that stuff later on in life, they relish the fact that they have that capability in their lives.
Yeah, but it's all about how it is introduced,
right?
In
and
a
that's
way.
it.
And
Yeah.
If you have people that surround you that are positive about it.
Yes, I did not have that. I had a trombone monster.
Well, and Steve, to piggyback on that, so my son, when he was in elementary school, they could choose an instrument, and I was like, look, I want you to try it. Just try it. You can pick. You can do whatever you want. He came home, and he goes, I picked the flute, and I was like, okay, this just didn't match with him at all. And I'm thinking, why did he pick the flute? It was because it was the smallest case to carry.
Sometimes you got to be practical.
Yeah.
Right. Yes, Jordan.
Yeah, so piggybacking on that, I would just want to say one of our initiatives for the Classical Guitar Society, we are not for profit, and I know you had Sting yesterday talking about the importance of music in schools, and Dr. Eric Zillmer, who's sitting behind me, of Drexel Notoriety, he's our current president, and he actually introduced an initiative where we are donating guitars to the Esperanza School in Philadelphia.
That's great.
And not only, we don't stop there, we contracted a guitar teacher to teach these children how to play classical guitar.
Wow.
I love that.
Spectacular. Good work for you guys.
Yeah, well, that's Eric's brainchild.
The Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. Anna, can we get another song from you, please?
Sure.
All right.
You mentioned Sting.
Yes.
And I know he loves Bach.
Yes.
So
he was literally playing that yesterday when we had him on the interview. He had his guitar and he practices every day, and he was practicing Bach at the time.
That's great.
Yeah.
I'm really happy to hear. I know he's amazing. He's an amazing musician and so versatile. So yeah, why don't we do a Bach piece? This is from the first cello suite, very famous Prelude, the first movement.
Okay. This is Anna Vidovic, the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society on MMR. Amazing. Absolutely beautiful piece of music, played wonderfully. Anna Vidovic is here with the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society, and Jordan Peterson as well. I love that stuff. It's so compelling.
Yeah, I can't see how it's mesmerizing is the word that comes to mind to watch it. To watch it perform, obviously listening to it is a joy as well, but actually seeing you Anna perform and be so intense is amazing.
Anna, is there anything that you attempt that that is so difficult that you know it's going to be a chore to pull off? Some, are there legendary pieces that are just really hard to play?
Yeah, there are many. I could say that every piece is difficult in its own way. So Bach, Johann Sebastian Bach is one of the most difficult composers to play. His music was written for other instruments. We don't have the original, right? So most of them are arranged, and that makes it challenging because you have to adjust to that. If the piece was written for cello or violin, you have to adjust it to the guitar. So it's quite challenging to play it. Yeah.
Anna, I was watching you watch your fingers in that last performance, and you were watching, your top hand go up and down the fret. Do you still have to pay attention to where they are, or is it all feel for you at this point?
Well, it's kind of both. It's mostly the feel. I think that's one of the things, going back to what you said, it's a standard position for a classical guitarist to kind of look at their hand.
Right.
It's more about focus and kind of getting into the zone, and just I don't really follow them, but it's good for concentration, and you got to focus on something. So I just look at it. It's kind of a way to be in the zone, I guess.
Have you ever been interested or flirted with the notion of channeling Jimi Hendrix and setting your guitar on fire? Or,
Usually when a practice session doesn't go well, I would like to burn my guitar.
Man, oh man. It's wonderful. Do you play, I would imagine that you play with orchestras from time to time.
We do. We actually just did last weekend. I had a concert with the orchestra, and we played this beautiful piece by Joaquin Rodrigo, which is Concierto de Aranjuez. It's one of the most famous concertos ever written for the guitar. And there's this very famous second movement that many musicians have arranged. So that's what we played last weekend. Yeah.
One question: I just watched a video, Preston, and we marvel at Roy Clark.
Yes.
And to watch footage of him play in your realm, does he have a lot of gravitas as well as?
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
So, it's like I said before, there are so many great quality musicians that have dedicated their lives, and we are all inspired. I'm inspired by that, when I see somebody that has worked really hard, because it's a very hard work. You got to spend many hours and work really patiently and for many years. So it's a commitment.
Absolutely.
Jordan, you mentioned the performances of the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. If we go to a show, how many guitarists are usually playing at a time?
Typically only one.
Oh, really?
But
okay.
we give opportunities. Again, we're very community centric, so we'll hold salons beforehand. So if you're a student, if you're a professional, you can play a piece for other people. So it's like a pre-concert before the concert.
All right, I'll ask. You need a trombone player.
Yeah.
Always.
Or slide whistle.
Duets.
I'm a little
ensembles
rusty,
are welcome.
but I'll get it
I know
together.
a number of Herman Munster pieces.
Well, this has been fantastic. Such beautiful music to hear, and what an amazing talent right here in Philadelphia. And I'm sure there are many other wonderfully talented people that are part of the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society, which, by the way, their website is phillyguitar.org if you want to find out any information about that. And Anna, for your YouTube channel, do we just do a search on Anna Vidovic?
Yes, you can just search by my name. Yes.
Okay, and I'm dying to go see.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've had the live thing, but I want to see more video.
And she lives right here.
And she lives right here.
Look at us.
Yes, we'll do this again sometime, Anna, if you're free.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Excellent.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you for being here. All right, Jordan Peterson and Anna Vidovic, the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society, and a little bit of culture on the Preston and Steve show this morning. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back in a moment. A little bit later on, we're going to have Garrett Stubbs of the Phils joining us, and more chances to win money coming up. Stay there.
Preston and Steve.
He's on one foot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman was gay because both the horses' front hooves are up. I don't think that's accurate. No, trust me.
No, it's true.
Yeah, I read a book.
Yeah.
What does it mean when all four hooves are on the ground?
Polyamorous.
Yeah, exactly. They could anything.
Anything goes.
They're just looking for love. All right, so they're gonna fix that.
By curious. If they're standing alongside the horse.
Thank you, Kathy. You know what's interesting is sometimes when just by knowing that something still exists, even though you don't really use something any longer, can be comforting. And then when you find out when that thing is going away, even though you haven't used it for a long time, it's very sad.
What?
Mad Magazine is going to stop publishing issues this fall.
Yeah.
And we were subscribing a few years ago, like 3-4 years ago. My kids, like one of them picked up, saw a Mad Magazine, got it, liked it, and I'm like, oh, done deal. We're signing up for this. I love Mad Magazine. Mm-hmm. And we haven't been subscribers for a couple of years. But when I heard this, I was so bummed out. I loved Mad as a kid. It was just my favorite thing to get in the mail.
Likewise, Mad Magazine was the best. I also got Cracked Magazine.
Yeah, I did too.
Then I progressed into the National Lampoon.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, and that helped instruct my comedic chops along the way. So many comedians, so many people, just people in general who love humor, loved Mad Magazine because it was a subversive comic book for kids. Adults read it too, but it was obviously...
Yeah, because it would flirt with adult material.
It would all the time.
Not blue material, but it would...
Political movie parody stuff like that. But it was very cool. And it had a litany of great artists and features. Spy versus Spy. You had...
Don Martin,
Mort Drucker, Al Jaffe. The fold out, the fold in, as they called it in the back, you would have a picture, you could fold it to become another picture. Alfred E. Neumann, of course, a legendary character. They had the TV series. But man, when that would come in the mail,
do you still subscribe to any magazines? Do you get magazines at
last
home?
magazine I used to get at home was because we signed up for one of our family members was selling subscriptions, so we're getting Entertainment Weekly, and then that sort of went away. But in my heyday, I subscribed. I used to get Famous Monsters of Filmland, Starlog, Fangoria, National Lampoon. I was getting lots of magazines at home fairly frequently.
I used to get Entertainment Weekly for work.
Oh, yeah.
I used to get that, but I still subscribe to a couple. I'm Golf Digest and Golf Magazine.
There you go.
I still want the hard copy magazine in there. I have a hard time reading magazines, a full magazine online. You know what I mean?
On the crapper.
Now articles, I can see, picking up here and there through aggregator sites and stuff like that. But if I want to dive into a full magazine, what they have to offer, I still need the hard copy. So, did you ever subscribe to dirty magazines? Because I did. The only one I ever had.
Playboy.
I had a prescription. God knows I needed it.
Son, you need something for your boner. Take 2 Hustlers and at night cut it in half. Cut Beaver magazine in half.
I had a subscription to Playboy, but that's the only one that I could ever. That one I could get away with.
You could,
but you're not embarrassed about it.
I couldn't subscribe. Penthouse, maybe. But then when you get into your Hustlers and We and, whatever the other magazines
Cherry.
Wouldn't
it blow your mind that people would get home delivery? Because I remember, there were subscription cards in these things for the other magazines. Like, who's getting Sweaty Vagina magazine at home? You know, yeah, here's your bills, and that looks like a good issue. Now, obviously, they would seal them specifically for the mailing, but still, you could tell what it was.
I never had subscriptions. The only one that had were there's other two I mentioned earlier, but like I was totally into scary movies when I was younger. So Fangoria. What was the other one?
There was Fangoria, there was Starlog, there was Famous Monsters of Filmland, there was, like I said, the Monster Times was another one of them. Another one, am I missing them?
You're missing one. There was Fangoria, not Fantasia. It was
Biggins?
Yeah.
Jugs. Jugs, and they're
Areolas.
people that are reminding us the names of
Butthole.
Some of the other. I subscribe to Butthole magazine.
What's this one about?
It's a picture of a guy with a pipe. I'm a butthole reader. For this Christmas, give Dad what he wants.
Yeah.
Butthole.
Steve, what are you reading?
I'm reading Butthole, Preston. She's telling me how I can set up my stereo. Apparently, you have to run the cords through your butthole.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what are you reading there?
Oh, I was just reading Butthole magazine, telling me how to get a more effective home theater. Apparently, it works better if you put the cord through your butthole.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this is the 10 tastiest cheeses for the holidays. Many of them are better if you put them in your butthole. Some guy with an ascot on.
Everything. Every
Lord Buddington.
An ascot.
Your butthole. An abscot. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? I think now that I'm reminiscing, fondly about Butthole magazine. No, I'm pretty certain it had to have been Mad Magazine. Had to have been my very first subscription to anything.
I'm gonna say likewise.
Yeah.
I loved it so much, and there's just. Do you remember when you would see something in it, and it's not like you could do today. Obviously, you would look at this. You'd lend the magazine.
I never read it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the only thing that I know that what you're talking about is Alfred E. Neumann and that little thing in the back.
But Preston, so Case, not only would you have the picture in a lot of these cases, but what you would love is in the background there'd be like flies with little fly lines around them.
Yeah.
Or there'd be these little things that they would do to just augment the picture that made it great.
Yeah, agreed. And
the artists were great.
There were almost little Easter eggs throughout as well, and outside of the frames
all
and
over
things
the
like
place.
that. Yeah, so you really had to. You could spend a lot of time reading the magazine. It wasn't just you pick it up and tear right through it. I mean, I would hang on to them and go back and see things that I would miss the first time around.
I remember laughing out loud, as a kid, and one of the first times really laughing that profoundly, and that carried over to National Lampoon, which again, great memories of that. And Nick, you saw the documentary about
with Will Forte.
Yeah, and they
phenomenal.
I remember they did a piece on. It was an old style brochure for the largest ocean liner ever built. I think it was called the Tyrannic. And the artist illustrations were done in that sort of Art Deco style, where, they drew the ship on such an enormous scale that you were just howling with laughter.
Yeah.
You can't describe it. You have to see it. But to have that reaction from a magazine that you're sitting there, to read something and laugh that loudly is just... you don't get that.
Mad Magazine had published 550 issues prior to its reboot, by the way, which was in 2018, I believe. DC purchased Mad Magazine in 2017, but they're going to hang it up. At its height, it had 2.8 million subscribers.
Now they took
which was in like 1973, I think.
They took a big hit when editor Max Sherman went over to handle the chores at Butthole. And,
yes, exactly.
Do you know what you're getting into over there at Butthole?
Oh my God. Butthole magazine. Someday
I'm
folks.
curating their wine list.
Yeah.
Apparently it tastes better when you drink it out of someone's butthole.
But it's sad. It's sad that it's going away, even though I haven't, actively been a subscriber for a couple of years. But nonetheless. Anything from Silicon Valley to Patriots Day to Crazy Rich Asians to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jimmy O Yang. Yeah. How you doing, Jimmy?
Morning. I'm doing well. It's
Excellent.
great.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Patriots Day, you were fantastic in.
Thank you so much. Sadly, not a lot of people watched it.
Your character was the one who was kidnapped, held hostage by those guys, and eventually escaped and alerted the police. Hey, I know where these guys are. I know who they are. I didn't know that story.
Yeah, that guy was amazing.
Yeah.
Danny Mang, Chinese immigrant, college student, and this is about, of course, the Boston Marathon bombing.
Yeah.
And I bugged him every other day. Spoiler alert, he stays alive, in the movie.
Yeah.
So I bugged him every day when I was in Boston, and we had dinner, like went to Chinatown every other day. He was a really nice, warm guy, and he came to the premiere and tapped me on the shoulder. He's like, hey, I think you did a great job.
There
nice.
you go. Is stand-up comedy where you kind of started, or acting, or where'd you begin?
That's where everything started. I started doing stand-up at the Ha Ha Comedy Club. In L.A. I had to pay $5 for 5 minutes of stage time.
You were born in Hong Kong, correct?
I was born in Hong Kong, yeah.
Came here. I know you have a book called How to American, An Immigrant's Guide to Disappointing Your Parents.
Yes, that's true.
So you're working at a financial firm, or where was it?
Yeah, it was Smith Barney, which was under Citigroup. And I graduated 2010 from college, which is right after the financial crash of 2008.
It's a perfect time.
Nobody in finance was hiring, and nobody was going to trust a 22-year-old kid with their money.
Right.
So my dad hooked me up with an internship, and like one day he came home, like he was like, Jimmy, great news. They're going to hire you full-time. You're going to be a great financial advisor. And literally like tears of joy was coming out of his eyes. And I thought that was just the worst news ever. Like that to me sounded like a death sentence, And I just didn't know how to tell him. And I was like, I don't want to do this, I had to like disappoint my parents in order to not disappoint myself.
Yeah.
Like, that was the creed that I lived by. So after college, I did that internship for a little bit just to appease my dad, and then after that, I got 3 jobs. In when I graduated, I was a used car salesman. I worked at a comedy club as a doorman in exchange for stage time, and then I was a strip club DJ at night. So I did all those 3 things, still not knowing what I wanted to do. But there was no customers in that club, so nobody ever did.
What was it? Were you doing like day stripping, or was it the night stripper?
It was night stripping. It was after my comedy club show. There was no prime time in that club at any time. I started off with just a stand-up community, which I thought was so cool. That's one of the main reasons why I did stand-up.
So you've seen Bobby Lee's penis then?
Sadly, no. I feel a bit left out.
Wow.
I feel a bit
That
left
guy
out.
gets naked every time he comes in this studio.
Oh, really? I've been to his house, and he still has not shown me his penis.
Like, we're not even Asian.
We're closer friends, yeah.
I know.
We're not
There must
even
be
in the
something
club.
wrong with me. Maybe he only shows penis to white people.
It might be that.
That might be it.
And he tells you guys about, listen, here's what I do with the white. Whip it out.
But yeah, like Bobby was somebody I looked up to. I watched Matt TV religiously. Steve Byrne was somebody I looked up to. Ken Jeong, and now we're all like really close and good friends.
That's great.
Ken, of course, was in the movie.
Yeah,
it's great.
And we all love each other. And doing this movie, one of the greatest thing, was I felt like I found my creed. Of actors, comedians, because we all kind of went through the same phase of disappointing our parents to do this job. We all had the same experience. And like when we're hanging out in Singapore, there was no questions of like, hey, can we go to Chinese food? Like, look, it's not like weird Chinese food. It's just like, no, everybody was just down. We're going to authentic Chinese food, and we did karaoke every night. Everybody was just on the same page, and it felt so good.
Did you do work with the Harlem Globetrotters?
Oh, man. People ask me that. It was one of my very first paid jobs ever. So the Harlem Globetrotters, they go to China for like a world tour every year.
Right.
And I was like one of the only Chinese American comedians they could find. This was like 10 years ago. And I was the only one they could afford, I guess. They paid me $200.
To do what exactly?
To be a consultant. So they sent me the script for the Chinese tour to make sure nothing's offensive.
Oh.
Okay. Honestly, I didn't even read the script.
You're good to go.
I didn't know. I was like, that was my first job as a comic. I didn't know. And I skimmed through the script. There's something about like they bring out like a Hello Kitty thing, in the middle of their show. I just told them for $200. I was like, dude, Hello Kitty's Japanese, not Chinese. Okay, just so you guys know that. And that was it. That was my $200 worth of advice, and now on my Wikipedia says that I wrote for the Harlem Globetrotters. So.
Silicon Valley, they know not on their radar. They
Yes and no. My dad understands comedy a little better than my mom. Like, he loved it. My mom watched it for the first time. He's like, "Hey, Jimmy, can you not hunch it back?"
He's correcting your posture.
Yeah, I was like, "Ma, I'm playing a character in the show." It's like, "Okay, play someone who doesn't hunch his back."
93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Last night I was surfing around on Netflix just looking for something to watch. There's a show called Uglies.
Yes.
I didn't end up watching it, but I watched the trailer for it, and it's this futuristic show where everyone can be a beautiful person by going through this transformation procedure that takes place. And so interesting concept of, all beautiful people are accepted once you're beautiful, so along those lines.
It's from a series of books like the Divergent series, and there's a whole series.
Yeah, it's a young adult novel thing. But beautiful people,
yes,
apparently have the disadvantages as well, according to this article that I read. On Reddit, a thread asked people their physical appearance is unclear. What was your horrible experience for being attractive? And it's gone viral with all of the answers that came in, which, by the way, through my younger years, I just wanted to be good looking. You know what I mean?
You didn't want to be an ugly.
I didn't want to be an ugly. And I consider myself, and this is not me fishing for, come
compliment.
on. No, I've always considered myself, a little below average in the looks department.
Yeah.
Definitely not average and not above average for sure.
But just in the
below average.
In the average adjacent realm, right?
Yeah, for whatever that, however you quantify that
Right,
yourself.
right.
However you
I get that.
Define beautiful, pretty, whatever it may be. But studies have shown that most people don't think that they are attractive, even attractive ones.
It's
Even
absolutely
attractive
true.
people don't.
And it's funny, but if you were to talk to people, Preston, about, well, what don't you like? Well, I think this is too big, right? And almost 9 times out of 10, you're going, well, you must be nuts. You're crazy.
Right. Yeah.
But the things that you think about yourself that are stand out or that are, people, oh my God, look at the nose or whatever. People don't perceive, unless you're a big nose.
You know what I hate doing now? Is FaceTiming with people because I see my own face.
Oh, boy.
I'm constantly moving.
Me too.
I'm like, wait, hold on. Wait, let me see if I could prop it up over here. Like
Most of the time, I'm talking to my mom, and the majority of the conversation, I'm going, look at my neck.
Holy,
look at
my neck looks like I'm actively being strangled. Then I did a live stream. I told you, I think I mentioned this, or somebody I mentioned, I had a popcorn kernel on one of my teeth. I'm like, what?
Like for all of it.
Like I needed that too.
Steve, I saw a pretzel a couple of weeks ago and realized at about this time in the morning that I had a grain of salt on the side of my beard for the whole freaking morning.
We were about to meet, Lizzie Hale was about to come out to the backstage area of the MM barbecue, and I turned to Ryan Shuttleworth and I go, is there anything in my teeth? I just had chimichurri sauce. Is there anything in there?
She came out looking like $1 million.
Of course. Fantastic. All right, so some of the responses from beautiful people, a few were understandable, particularly around the recurring theme of unwanted attention and harassment. Others say it affects their reputation as well. So one woman responded, apparently, I want everyone's husbands.
That's funny.
I've seen that at beautiful. I've seen that happen, and I've known people who are women get it a lot. Obviously, that kind of you have designs on my man.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'd be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, here's one woman wrote, I have been accused a few times of flirting with men when I'm literally just doing my job. I don't want your crusty ass man. She said.
Well, you know what happens
Some
too?
days I barely don't want my own man, they wrote.
And then but guys a lot of times will lapse into that,
She probably likes me.
This attractive girl,
No,
like a lot of guys
and they're
are
just being nice.
A lot of guys are very delusional and don't get that. Yeah.
Don't be nice to us. What are you laughing at,
I was
Kevin?
just laughing about when Casey thought that one calendar girl was into him.
I don't remember. Oh, Yeah. The ultimate calendar girl.
She was.
I think she was. I think she was too. No? Okay. All right.
She was.
I think Casey. I think Casey has. I think he's got a thing. I think that women. That he has.
Women love
absolutely.
Casey.
Yeah. Casey, I believe it.
I appreciate that.
Well, no, Casey's very likable. Everyone does like Casey. I just don't
you
think
just
she was
don't-
into you like that.
Yeah.
I'm still sticking up for you. On
Thank
this
you. I
one.
appreciate that because it's true.
Yeah.
It's totally true.
I just
don't take this from me.
I
Don't you dare.
It's like Will Ferrell and the other
Don't
guys.
you.
Like the other guys,
Yeah.
right? Remember that?
It's a
You can't
thing.
explain it. It's just a thing.
It's a thing that like nobody can prove.
And nobody can
just
disprove.
Let me have this. Why are you trying to rob this from me?
I need this one, Kathy.
Yeah.
I need a win.
Except for her best friend who was like, he is delusional. What is he talking about?
I don't even know who her best friend
It was
is.
okay. You don't
Nick,
have
it
to know.
might have been from Cheers, an episode. Was there a semi-regular character who's kind of overweight?
Paul?
Yeah, it was Paul.
Yes.
And he's sitting there with a really hot girl
Yes.
one time. Do you remember that? And he's like, yeah, they're called chubby chasers.
Yes.
It's like, it's a rare thing, but it does happen.
Every now and then you crack through. When I think about beautiful people, somebody pointed this out to me a long time ago, and it's that they are genetic freaks in the right direction. There are just as many beautiful people as there are really ugly people, depending on how you want to define beauty or ugliness in the first place.
I think there's more ugly people than there are beautiful people.
Perhaps,
I
but
think
like,
we outnumber
But then if you do that, then that is the standard. Then they wouldn't qualify.
Yeah, but who
That-
sets the standard?
Right. If you look at, I think that again, there are anomalies on both sides.
Sure. I guess my point is that they are no more special than anybody else who we would consider to
We
be
just like
not
to look at them
beautiful.
more. Yeah.
Wait, who was it the other day, Preston? I think it was, we were talking about, and if we can't name the person, it's fine because I don't remember who it is, but you said, oh, she's almost beautiful. Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Was it an actress?
It was a celebrity.
No, it was the person we had her in studio.
Oh, I know who it was. Okay, yeah, we won't mention
Yeah,
it. But anyway.
there's I'll use a perfect example. Like Catherine Hahn is not a beautiful Hollywood type,
An
gorgeous,
obvious beauty.
but I think she's really pretty. There's
She is
something
very
about her, and
pretty.
part of it is her personality. She's
Yeah.
really fun.
It is
and-
the
and
confluence of all those
She's got like a
things.
larger nose. She has
Yeah.
there's some physical things that wouldn't fall into that.
She can pee in a urinal.
She can pee in it. She does. Stay golden, pony boy. That's hot. Oh my god! But I find her attractive. But we do know when you see that, and I for sometimes we'll see a gorgeous woman, and for a moment I'll go, okay, what makes that person attractive? What are the facial features that makes this person hot right now? And when you break it down and look at those things, I'm like, I don't know.
Well,
it just is.
I know because
they say it's
flawless
symmetry.
beauty to me almost it seems artificial, and I don't find myself attracted to the classically flawless, beautiful women. You know, it doesn't.
You know
have
what
that-
it is for me?
I like imperfection.
Yeah,
I
me-
like a missing jaw.
Me too, but I think it is. I'm not like if I know that I don't have a chance, then my attraction for said perfect person goes away. Do you know what I mean? Like I would never have a shot with her anyway.
The possibility of something will add to their attractiveness to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And there are plenty of beautiful people who I am not at all attracted to.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like your opinion. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
like
It's
if
just
I,
like your opinion, man.
but if I look at somebody and I think that they're like I can't understand somebody who wouldn't think that they were beautiful or maybe don't think that they're as beautiful as I think they are.
Does anyone come to mind in the
I'm
celebrity
just thinking
realm?
of like celebrities. Like I love Mila Kunis. I love Eva Longoria. So like that, you know,
Right.
almost a little ethnic looking, darker
Right.
skin, dark dark hair. Whereas somebody might love blondes. You know, like
Right.
it's just your opinion.
It is your opinion.
So here are some of the responses to the question, which was, what was your horrible experience for being attractive? As someone wrote, some users recalled the harshness of small criticism after rejecting someone themselves. So this person said, being attractive enough to get hit on, but when you're not interested, they pick out something to make you feel like crap about it, so they don't feel bad for being rejected. So that's something they face.
Yeah, I could see that dynamic. I think if you balance out everything, it's probably better to be attractive looking, you know, right?
Another one wrote, I've met a shocking amount of men who think if they can get my self-esteem low enough, I'll be into them. It's insane.
Interesting.
And this applies to friendships as well. Someone wrote, when people who are your friends take every chance they can to criticize your appearance or anything else, whatever little crumb of shade they can use to humble you. So, yeah.
You don't think about that side, do you?
Mm-mm. Someone else wrote, I've experienced others pretending to be friends just to be seen with me.
Wait, say that again?
A really hot person was, they've experienced others pretending to be friends with them just to be seen with
Oh, so you can pick up the crumbs of the hot person.
Maybe.
Okay, or live in their glow.
Yeah, that's kind of it, I think, yeah. And apparently friendships can become difficult when you're good looking, as your appearance may cause close pals to feel insecure, or even if you think highly of them. Another one wrote.
I remember I had a couple friends. This one guy, Nick
McElwain?
But Castellano or something like that.
Nick Castellanos?
Yeah.
The ball player?
Castellano. So he was a good-looking dude, and a mutual friend, they hung out together, and he had designs on one girl, and that girl was head over heels in love with Nick from afar, and that complicated and these guys were good friends, and that killed their friendship.
Hang on. Ra has got a comment. Ra, morning, man.
Go Flavin.
We missed that. Say that again, Ra. We didn't hear you.
I said, go Flavin.
Go Flavin.
I go way back. I go way back.
Seriously, go Flavin. I remember it. What's up, Ra?
Yeah. So, it's a thing, too. It's a perception, right? They say beauty is an eye of the beholder and all that good stuff. So sometimes, the person that's with you might think you're the biggest catch in the world. And that can be very problematic because now they think that people are constantly looking at you, that you might, try to holler at it on the side, or that you're constantly, you're constantly looking because you think you're finer than the person than that person.
Have you been in?
They think they might lose you.
Have you been in such a dynamic?
I have been in such a dynamic, and it wasn't anything. Like, it was just their perception. I mean, I try to keep myself groomed. I wash every third week. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you take a bath every third week.
Yeah, and I shave every once in a while. But I remember this girl's walking past me, and we smiled because it was just a friendly thing. I didn't know the woman.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you know her? What? Why do you smile? Did she smile? You got to smile like you knew it. No, sweetheart. I just what? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well,
I think that's the reason why I can't.
I think sometimes it can, even just besides whether one is, markedly more attractive than the other person in a relationship, there's a lot of insecurities that just are responsible for that. And that sort of stuff is fostered throughout life. A lot of times people just end up wounded.
But I think that's the reason why Kathy let me dance salsa with her, too, because I'm so handsome.
There you go. Had to be. Not a day goes by that she doesn't talk about it.
We were dancing, and she whispered in my ear, I'll make you
so good.
Remember that? That was, no, that's
I want you, girl.
I want you.
All right, Ra. Thanks for the call, bud. We'll see you. Wasn't that it? I want you, girl.
I want you, girl.
Here's a text. Nick had asked this person to call in. Maybe they will. I don't know. It says, I tried to help out by becoming the assistant den leader for my son's Boy Scout group in elementary school. Moms were pulling their sons out of the Scout group just because they thought their husbands were attracted to me.
Wow.
Okay.
So my friend,
It's such an alien concept.
my friend has a teenage daughter, and her friends, some of the guys, when they come over to like hang out, or they're like, "Is your mom home?" She's like, "Ew, stop it."
Mm-hmm.
Stacy's mom.
Here's one that says apparently friendship, someone added that people often assume I'm vain, which isn't true. And others said that the stereotype of having just body and no brains as well. Like one user wrote, you're presumed to be dumb. It's fascinating how the intelligence bar is pretty low for attractive people.
So you know how I beat that? I have neither.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's smart.
I don't immediately take the dumb thing.
No.
That doesn't hit me when I see someone attractive. Oh, they must be an idiot. But if you talk to somebody after a little while and they're hot and dumb.
Yeah.
I dyed my hair.
Yeah. I changed my hair. But that goes back. That's an inside joke. But if I do hear, yes, that they are stupid, then I'm like, oh, man.
Yeah, it is fulfilling a stereotype. Is exactly what they're talking about.
All right, the texter about the Scout story is calling in as Kathy. Hi, Kathy. Good morning. Hi, Kathy.
Oh, it's Jackie.
Oh, Jackie.
Oh, Jackie. Hi, Jackie.
Hi.
Hi. So, reiterate that story. I just read it on the air, but you were trying to be a part of Scouts.
Yeah, so my son, when he was in elementary school, they didn't have anybody to help run it. And one dad offered to be the head leader. I'm like, all right, I'll help out. I'll do whatever. I'll be assistant leader. And the parents, the moms specifically, would treat me like absolute garbage. And I couldn't figure out what was going on. They were pulling kids out. I'm like, what is going on here? And the den leader's like, he's like, well, you're good looking. That's why they're. I'm like, you're kidding me. And humble, pretty girls get treated like garbage. It's horrible. And my daughter's doing it and experiencing it now. She's a very beautiful girl. She gets treated like garbage by her friends.
It's jealousy.
Well, that's what I was curious about, because listen, I'm guilty of that. Not treating people terrible, but making an assumption that because you're attractive, you're going to get the world thrown at your feet. You know what I mean?
They automatically think you get everything. They automatically think you're going after their husband, or it's ridiculous. Or I'm actually angry right now talking about it.
So with that happening, what ended up going on with Scouts? I assume you stuck with it, and
I stayed with it. I did it for my son. That was the only reason why I did it.
Yeah.
To help out, make sure. And then we had a great time. He went through all the way through 5th grade, and he stopped at that point. But after that, forget it. I tried to help out the next person come out. They wanted nothing to do with me. I tried to give them all the paperwork. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, I could see if I was some kind of bitch or something, but I tried to be helpful. And
let me ask Jackie from this perspective, and you can only have the perspective that you have. That life has given you, but given your druthers, would you have been less attractive, or from the 30,000-foot view, would you have opted to be less attractive, or what's your take on it in general?
No, I wouldn't change anything about what I experienced, because you learn from it, and you learn who you can trust. And
right.
I've had neighbors come up to me and they're like, you know what? If I didn't know you, I'd be threatened by you. And I'm like, really? And we would talk about it. It just opened your eyes.
Do you ever turn the hot thing on and use it though every now and then?
Oh, hell yeah.
It is a tool.
It's a tool.
Yeah.
It's there. It's when you need it.
Handy.
All right. So what is your go-to move? What is your go-to hot move when you want to get something?
I have bright blue eyes, and I have been complimented on them since I was a very little girl. So all I got to do is a little smile and tilt the head and look up.
And there you go. Bat the eyes a little bit, and boom. Jackie, we need to see what you look like. You got to text us a picture of you when you get a chance, or
I'll
email.
Send one of me and one of my daughter.
All right, thank you, Jackie. We appreciate the call.
Wow. I've never judged. I've never judged anybody by their, that way. Like you, I would never dismiss somebody in my circle based on either, not
in my
very
circle.
unattractive or very attractive.
We have said that people have a punchable face, right? We're not necessarily saying that they're good looking or ugly.
It's another
but they have
category.
that's a different category. But you got a face that I want to punch.
My dad actually was really good at don't judge people that way.
Yeah.
Don't and it goes back to the Great Gatsby in the opening lines. Nick Carraway's told by his dad, don't judge people. You don't know where they came from or what they. And you try to, by the way, everyone succumbs to the human foibles of doing it now and then, but you try not to.
Well, we're definitely guilty of on this show many times throughout the years of saying this person is hot. They have the world as their oyster.
And we do.
And so, but we don't know those people.
Right.
It's a different story.
Right. When you're encountering on a one-to-one, I just don't do that.
All right. Let me go to Christy. She had just texted in. Hi, Christy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi. You have a kind of a different take on this whole thing, right?
Yes, I have the opposite of this.
Okay.
Years ago when I was single, I would go out with my friend to the bar out in the town, wherever we wanted to go on a weekend. And I could never figure out how she would always end up with all the guys around her, and I would be sitting there just drinking my drink, socializing. Well, we're both of average looks. There's nothing special about us, but I was always a little on the chunky side, and she was always skinny. And she would take me along to make her look better to get all the guys.
So she was using you as sort of a comparison.
Yes.
And did you confront her with this? Were you?
No, I never did. And she would do this to her own cousin, too, who was always on the chunkier, bigger side, too. And me and her cousin have always been close friends, too. And we were kind of talking one day, like, is she really doing this to us? And we figured it out that, yeah, she was using us just to get all the guys and make herself look all spectacular while we were just the average people sitting there bullshitting having a beer.
BSing, yeah.
Well, we can't say that, but yeah.
So how big is the cousin? Is the cousin bigger than you?
She's a little bit bigger than me.
Then take her out.
Oh, me and her would go out a lot, too, together. Trust me.
There you go. All right. Thank you, Christy. We appreciate
All
the
right,
call.
thank you.
Thanks.
Love you guys.
Love you too. All right. Here's a text that says, and I've heard this song before. It says there's an old doo-wop song called Get an Ugly Girl to Marry You. And it's all about how a beautiful woman will make your life miserable, but an ugly wife can cook. It's terrible.
It's funny. Like I've said many times, I was not my wife's type, and initially, it's not my type, and yet she is now. That's what happens. You think outside the box, but that that's another thing. But in this case, do you remember the point in time in your life where you accepted that did you ever have a revelation or an epiphany? I guess I'm not.
Oh, yeah.
I guess
I would go back and forth. I remember getting ready to go out, on the weekend when I was a teenager, looking in the mirror, getting my best.
Look at that.
I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
I'm not that bad. This is come on.
Hey,
look at me. Yeah, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I see it. I totally see it.
I sort of savor being my Shrekishness because the truth of the matter is that I pity the person who really has to. Well, they're used to looking like $1 million. It's like, you know what I'm saying? I can be serviceable. It's like you say, take a bad picture of yourself for your dating app because when you show up, you're going to look a little bit better,
Yeah.
I'd rather get you're better looking than I thought.
But the coming to reality about attractiveness and what I rate as attractiveness, and realizing that I did not fit into that category was pretty depressing to me, actually. So I didn't take it and go, it is what it is. I do now.
Who would you say is kind
I have a beautiful wife and an awesome life. And
this is not your beautiful. Who would you consider a guy a classic good-looking guy who you would like to look like?
Oh, wow. There's tons of them.
Somebody texted in earlier, and I agreed that I would leave my wife for Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
That I don't know.
Yeah, the Ryans are Ryan Reynolds and Ryan Gosling are both
Henry Cavill.
Pretty damn good looking.
It's fun to rank the Chris's too.
Yeah.
You're a Howie Long kind of guy.
No, I'm a John Hamm guy all the way.
John Hamm.
Yeah.
Those are classically really good looking guys.
Dudes.
And if you, as a guy, you can't look at an average person you see and go, whoa, okay, good looking dude. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You have to allow for it.
You know
Come on.
good looking guys.
Everyone else has eyes too.
Yeah. But there's loads of good looking fellas out there. And
we just need to meet them. We just need to meet them, Preston.
We do. So another person commented and said, at work, it's turned nasty when when a good-looking female occupation therapist joined a user's team, they typed coworkers who had previously thought were cool people started a smear campaign against her out of nothing. Went as far as reporting her to the boss for all kinds of trivial things that she didn't do and had no part in. So that's somebody who's really
malicious.
Does not like the fact that you were born attractive and is having it out for you. And that's obviously not cool. No. Not cool at all. Hang on a second. Let me go to this call. I have James. Hi, James. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great, man. What's up?
Yeah, I'm like 64 now, so obviously nothing to write home about. But in my 20s, I was, it was all right. But I was dating this girl, Sherry Barra, and she was way out of my league. She was, hands down, the hottest chick I've ever dated in my life. And she was reluctant to go like the Sun Fest is a big thing in Florida, West Palm Beach. And she was like reluctant to go, and I was asking her why. She said because people stare at me, you know, and so like I blew it off like, no, come on. But sure enough, you know, you go in, you know, and other times out in public, it would be like almost uncomfortable. You know, it was bizarre.
So walking along with her, you were able to understand what she was saying when she said she was literally being stared at in public.
Exactly. You know, I mean, I was gaining street creds, but it was really. You know what I mean?
So, from our perspective, we go out in public and villagers chase us with torches.
Yeah.
All right, James. Appreciate it, bud. All right. Well, I just thought that was kind of an interesting little, you know, peek into the psyche of people who are attractive and what their side kind of thinks.
Try to understand.
Yeah.
And if you think they're just what?
Marissa found the ugly lady.
Oh, yeah, please.
Oh, and by the way, Steve, this is the video of you singing "Ugly Lady." Marissa found that. It was Julio Iglesias' birthday, and apparently he had a song called "Ugly Lady." It was actually Steve doing it. It was hilarious. It's up on PrestonSteve.com. Here you go. Here's the. From my personal point of view, get an ugly girl to marry you.
Yeah. Is this used in the movie Mermaids?
Maybe.
It's been used in
I never saw Mermaids
a lot.
Yeah, get a girl who has burn marks on her face. That'd be a tough song to get away with now.
Well, I want to take a break because we have Garrett Stubbs who's scheduled to join us in the next 5 minutes or so. And the Phils have their last home game of the regular season tonight, by the way.
It's amazing.
And he had one, even though they lost, he had one hell of a play last night.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk to him. We'll be back in just a moment. Bizarre File coming up, and another chance to win $1,000 too. So stay with us. Another day, another Korn story. Korn has announced that the band will release its 13th studio album, The Nothing, on September 13th. The follow-up to 2016's The Serenity of Suffering has been preceded by a first single called You'll Never Find Me, which arrived on Wednesday.
Again.
Oh, okay. Jonathan Davis said, deep within our earth lives an extraordinary force.
He's right.
Very few are aware of the magnitude and significance of this place where good and evil, dark and light, bliss and torment, loss, gain, and hope and despair all exist as one, pulling at us every moment of our lives.
Welcome to the deep, dark caverns of energy. You are here because of Korn, yes? You are one of us. You make the hallowed sound.
It's not something he
Everyone.
said. It's not something that we can choose to navigate, he says, but
what a bunch of crap.
And it's the only place where balance between these dynamic and polarizing forces exists, where the soul finds its refuge. Welcome to the nothing. Did you just make that?
I just made that.
Put it at the beginning.
One more time.
Yeah, all right.
We are in the nothing. Play the ceremonial sound. Enter.
Oh, that's the That's like the password.
Yes, yeah. It's open sesame.
Okay.
You have approached the boulder of truth. To enter the hall of corn, you must emit the sound of recognition. Proceed.
Slowly, the boulder rolls to one side.
Enter.
This is as stupid as it gets.
Davis is living.
Hi!
Come on in.
Come on in!
I love songs like that are just, oh my God, you just said it.
Yeah.
You just said it so plainly. Not a lot of, flowery language or metaphors. You just said it straight out. I know
one that comes immediately to mind. That actually, when I was when I had gone through a breakup, laid it out, and I was like,
I know
got
what it is.
Say it.
Heart of the matter?
You got it.
I knew it.
It's the economy of words.
Telling you.
The message.
Yeah.
It nailed it.
I agree. Don Henley.
Yeah.
And it's so plainly speaks. And he managed to make it all rhyme.
And he made it rhyme.
How the hell do you do that? These guys. But I wanted to throw this out as a subject of the song that gave you the strength, whatever it was. Jim, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good. What's up, Jim?
Hey, so 15 years ago, I was working for Johnson & Johnson, and we were working on a new Tylenol product, that's Tylenol Rapid Release Gels.
Yeah.
So I'm down in Puerto Rico. I was down there for about 18 months, away from my family, the whole deal. And we were having a lot of technical problems. We're really dejected because we're thinking we're going to have to tell them to delay the launch and everything. And we're winding up the day around 8 o'clock at night. We're on our way to a small hole-in-the-wall restaurant, and as we're walking into the restaurant, we hear Rocky Going the Distance.
It's ready to release the Tylenol!
And so forth. And
you got a headache? Are you ready? You got a headache? You want an immediate relief? Then you got that Tylenol! Rapid release! Come on! Rapid release! You can't wait? Your head hurts!
But
it
Jim,
was the weirdest thing, and in Puerto Rico of all places too. It was hilarious.
Regular Excedrin stinks.
But it gave you the strength because you were missing your daughter, and you just to keep on going, right?
I love you.
Exactly.
I miss you so much. But Daddy's working on rapid release Tylenol.
Down here in Puerto Rico.
Oh my God!
You can't come home right now. It's with the Puerto Ricans trying to mix rapid release Tylenol.
I hope no one's calling in for sympathy.
Thanks, Jim.
Not gonna get it. Because when you got your head, it feels like it's a punching bag. You gotta have immediate relief.
Yeah, well, listen, it could come.
What's that up on the roof? It sounds like a seizure.
You have to take a few Tylenol, maybe like a billion.
But it's like a billion.
Yeah.
Just shut down your kidneys.
An artificial tongue that can taste minute differences between varieties of Scotch whiskey could be the key to identifying counterfeit alcohol.
I was watching this story yesterday, and I guess the guy who invented it, Preston, has a really thick Scottish brogue.
Yeah, so they're engineers from the University of Glasgow and Strathclyde in Scotland that created this, yes.
So and it can, the whole purpose is to distinguish knockoff Scotch, basically?
Counterfeit alcohol.
Wow.
Well, because you're talking about, big money when it comes to some brands of alcohol.
Listen, Angus, I'm taking this home for the weekend. It's the missus's birthday.
Yeah, it's the artificial tongue.
Here, sit on this for about an hour.
The study
you'll be seeing Israeli parasites in no time.
Involving arranging submicroscopic slices of the two metals in a checkerboard pattern of taste buds.
Look at that tongue go.
Which are around 500 times smaller than those on a human tongue.
So
the scientists measured the plasmonic resonance, or the tiny difference in how much light they absorb, to identify the types of whiskey.
Will this be the companion piece to the fleshlight?
Maybe, or the Sibian. It could be used in food safety testing, quality control, security,
frat parties.
Really any area where a portable, reusable method of tasting would be useful. But one whiskey expert casts doubt on the artificial tongue's effectiveness. Charles McLean.
This is a crock of crap.
A master.
You and your stupid tongue. I see right through your ruse, you knob niffler. That's a Scottish insult.
Is it?
I just made it up.
It is now. You knob niffler.
Niffling knobs all day.
No, his title is he is a master of the quaich.
You're a master of the quaich.
The Scotch.
You wee weenied prick.
The Scotch whiskey industry's highest accolade.
Oh, it's a compliment I just paid you. I didn't even know it.
Is master of the quaich, by the way.
You're a master of the quaich.
Master of the queef.
And your wife is a master of the queef. Yeah, I said you tongue-building ass.
He said, flavor assessment in the whiskey industry is done by smell, taste, and texture. Of all
the 3 R's.
Of all...
What?
I'm Scottish.
Of all the senses employed, smell is the most important, he says.
Absolutely.
Whiskey blenders and quality assessors rely entirely...
Stick your tongue in your nose.
So anyhow, they made an artificial tongue.
You made it. Look at you.
Yeah.
You're finally living the dream. You made your stupid ass tongue.
You fake tongue freak.
You frig nibbler.
Frig nibbler.
He's just making things up.
I'm making them up and they're sticking.
I love it.
I'm rubber, you're glue.
You frig nibbler.
You frig nibbler. You chowder huffer. When an angry Scotsman says it, it carries more weight.
You lollygagger.
He's a carp tickler. That's a compliment.
Here's the thing. When I make jokes about people that have disabilities, never the person with the disability gets mad at me.
Well, there you go.
Ever.
There you go.
It's always the person who knows the person with a disability. It's always the person who is like, my son.
Do you get extra firepower because you are a person of smaller stature?
Yes, I'm a dwarf, midget, person, short stature, and I know it's my voice. You can't tell. I'm not on the radio like, oh, Preston stuff. I'm so not woohoo! Like, no, I don't sound like that. But yes, I get a little more leeway because it's really hard to get mad at the dwarf who's making jokes.
Do you ever have someone get pissed off at you and then not realize that you are, and then like you see them like.
Yeah, on the radio. Yeah, on the radio that happens because, like I said, I don't sound like. And then they come like, "How dare? Well, how would you like it if you have a disability?" It's like, I can't.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. In case you did not know, the Phils are the NL champions, the NL East Division champions, working on the NL championship. The last home game is tonight for the regular season, and then we get into Red October shortly, which is always exciting, and we are stoked to have our next guest on the line. He made one hell of a play last night. Please welcome Mr. Garrett Stubbs to our program. What's up, man?
What's up, guys? How are we?
We are wonderful. How are we?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Not as good as we get, huh?
Yeah. Oh, man. It's so exciting. I'm so happy for you guys, and especially doing it in this fashion, winning the NL East, just putting the cap on there that, we're doing this. And in fact, the celebration you guys had in the locker room was over the top, and we were just already beaming watching you guys. But I did notice something, Garrett, and I have a question about the locker room. When did somebody install like the disco lights and the fog machine? And was it you that did that? Because it seems like you would be the one to do something like that.
That's a good person to peg for doing that, but I was not the fog machine adder. That's a Zach Wheeler edition.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, he's sneaky. He might not be in the front at the forefront of all the partying, but he's a sneaky behind the scenes guy.
Okay.
He's a fog machine guy, and then Nola makes sure that we get the nice organic fog juice so that nobody's breathing in bad fog.
Yeah, because that stuff it'll make people sick sometimes.
Oh, that's funny.
It can mess you up. So Knowles has got us locked in there. And then the lights are a Phil Sheridan our clubhouse manager. He made sure that we had a nice little party going.
Okay, because listen, everybody knows if you've ever used stage lights before, the fog is what makes it happen.
Yeah.
You get to see those beams and everything. And I'm like, I was like, man, so that is new. That's a new addition to the clubhouse.
The lights are a good look, yeah.
Okay.
And then the fog machine was there, but I don't know if we let it rip last year during celebrations. I think we kind of forgot. But some people are getting vetted at this celebrating thing, so the fog machine made sure to make an appearance.
I love it, man. Are you? I have a question. Another, outside of baseball in general, but are you going to do anything with the facial hair for the playoffs? Do you do that?
I've got the mustache going right now.
Yep.
Right as we clinched the NL East Division Championship, went into a mustache mode. So I think I'm going to keep that riding.
Yeah.
At least for a little bit.
Yes, don't touch that thing.
I like this. You could have stopped at the edge here, but you kept it going down the sides.
Little Fu Man.
Yeah. I like it. It's got some style. Man, you had one hell of a bunt last night. I know you guys didn't win, but you certainly went above and beyond. Made a dive a bit around to get to the base. That must have been pretty satisfying.
Yeah, it was a good one. Stoddard was wearing me out about not hitting a homer during the hangover game and giving up one of those chances on a bunt. But, Cassie's on third base there. It's a 6-1 game. Goal is to get him in, especially with 2 outs there. And Justin Steele's obviously a really good pitcher, especially against left-handed hitters. And with Belly playing a little farther back, figured it was an opportune time to get a bunt down. Probably wouldn't have had to dive if I didn't have a couple more beers hanging onto the side of the gut there. But because of the lack of speed, had to make a nice little dive there at the end to make sure I got there and Cassie could score.
Impressive.
Yeah. So, Garrett, I mean, following the celebration on Monday night, which really was impressive, what did the locker room smell like when you guys got to work yesterday?
So, along with the lights and everything and people getting good at these celebrations, the clubhouse guys have created some sort of immaculate cleaning solution to make sure that it is pristine when we get in there the next day. Normally it's got that like old beer smell.
Fraternity basement smell, yeah.
Oh, yes, exactly. That is exactly what it is. And yesterday we walked in and I was like, what the hell did you guys use to get all this smell out of here? It smelled like it had the day prior to the celebration. So they did a pretty good job of cleaning it up. But yes, that frat basement smell is exactly what we're looking for all the way through the end of October.
Well, yeah. Listen, Garrett, there's an opportunity here. There's a cottage industry because obviously this is just in the embryonic stages here. But maybe you start a company that stages locker room celebrations, right? Everything's organic, easily cleanable. I mean, it's an untapped market.
Yeah, and I hope that Philadelphia would be the center and best place to have that business running.
That's right.
With the sports teams constantly winning championships, that would be ideal.
Well, as long as you're with the team, what you do is when the celebration occurs in another market, you make sure that the carcinogenic stuff is
no doubt,
the chemicals, right?
Yeah, we'll switch up the supplies.
That's right.
You've had big wins at home and away. Something like this happening at home, it's got to be next level, right?
Yeah, obviously you want to win it as soon as possible. I wanted to win it in New York, maybe make the away locker room smell like the frat basement. But we come home. We obviously put ourselves in a really good position throughout the year. Giving ourselves a little bit of a pad there at the end of the season to be able to win the division. So we came home on Monday, got to clinch, which is just, it's the best feeling you can get. And this NL East is the best division, in my opinion, in all of baseball and has been for a long time. So.
Hey, was one of the disappointments of the regular season the fact that you guys were out of town when the Savannah Bananas were playing in your park?
Yeah. Dude, those guys are electric.
Yeah.
Absolutely electric. It's fun to watch those guys go out there and have fun. Obviously, here with the Phillies, we play a brand of baseball that is just going out there, working our asses off, putting everything out there, but also enjoying ourselves while we're out there on the field. So going and watching the Bananas do their thing is pretty cool. I got to imagine they're going to have a Vegas show here pretty soon when that stadium gets built over there in Vegas.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you a baseball question, Garrett. A couple of weeks ago, you guys were playing the Brewers in Milwaukee, and Wheeler was pitching against Hoskins. Reese had been with the Phillies for a long time, and Wheels ended up winning that game. It was a really great performance. If from your perspective, if you've caught a pitcher before and then you end up batting against him later down in your career, is the advantage, in your mind anyway, is the advantage from the pitcher or for the batter?
It's a good question. We have this argument all the time because in spring training we have live at bats and whatnot, right? So I would say just longevity wise, I think the advantage goes to a hitter when they face the pitcher more often, because eventually you kind of know how they're going to attack you. But at the end of the day, sometimes just guys got your number. So I would say that the advantage would be for a hitter only because they've seen the way a pitcher attacks the guy. They've had live at bats off of them in spring training. But at the same rate, we kind of know how those hitters approach an at bat and what their weaknesses are because we see them all the time.
Right.
But I would go advantage hitter also for the fact that the advantage is always pitcher because we get out 70% of the time. So if you get a hit off of somebody, that's already a win. You go 1 for 3. Pitcher's going to have to get you out 2-3 times for it to feel like they actually had you.
Yeah. Makes sense. All right, Garrett, I got to break in and do this thing real quick. We're going to return to this conversation, but we have this cash contest, and this has to be done right at 10 a.m. So let me fire this up, and we're going to keep talking to Garrett. Here we go.
Yep.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
All right, the word is bank, by the way, and you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that. 3 ways for you to do it. You can enter it at WMMR.com, or you do it through the MMR app, or you can text the word bank to our special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure that you do answer your phone. Contest rules available at WMMR.com, and it's brought to you by Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. So again, the word is bank. Enter that now. Garrett, you want me to hold on while you enter that real quick? And
I was wondering, can I get this grand?
Of course you can. Sure.
And if you did win the 1,000, you could donate it to Kyle Schwarber's Neighborhood Heroes if you want to.
Great call.
No,
Great
you guys
call.
are you have this T-shirt thing that you and Kyle are doing, right?
Yep. Yeah. So I talked to Schwarbs about it about a month ago. I've never had a charity that I've been associated with nor started. I've been to Schwarber's event that he holds every single year for the past 3 years, and he's done an incredible job. It supports first responders and the police that protect us. And his dad was the chief of police back in his hometown, so it's near and dear to his heart. And I asked him, is there any way that I could do something to give back to your charity? And we came up with this idea to have T-shirts barring a playoff clinch or NL East Division championship. And luckily the latter of the two happened. And so we are selling those T-shirts on Breaking T. I'll post the link. It's on my Instagram, and then I'll make sure that it's in my bio as well for people to click on.
We'll do the same here on our socials. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah. So the T-shirts, all the proceeds go to Schwarber's Neighborhood Heroes Foundation, and Breaking T is also donating all their proceeds as well. So it's a really cool cause, and Schwarber's nominated for Roberto Clemente Award as well. So,
nice.
We would love for him to win that. He's more than deserving. Please go out, buy a T-shirt. So hopefully that'll be the Red October T-shirt of the month. We can get people to donate to a really good cause.
Well, speaking of Red October, I was watching the game last night, and they had our friend Fran Winky from the New Era store on, talking about the Red October shirts, the October Ready shirts, and these shirts as well. So can these shirts be found at the New Era store?
Yeah, so the team did buy, I don't know how many exactly they bought, but they did buy T-shirts to sell in the team store. So if you see them at the team store, pick them all up because it'll make the team buy even more to put back in the team store.
Yes.
And we can raise more money. I'm going to talk to Breaking T about maybe making a ticker for people to watch, for people to see that number go up. And hopefully we can really make that thing skyrocket through October.
Garrett, my wife and I have been lucky enough to go to some playoff games over the last few years. There is nothing like it. It's such a wonderful and electric atmosphere. I'm hoping to go to some games again this year. And we were talking last night about our favorite signs that we've seen in the ballpark during the playoff run. I think our favorite was the hit that John one where Bryce ended up hitting the home run. Any personal favorites stand out for you?
That's definitely a good one. There's always a Marshy beard sign, usually with somebody either with a real beard or a Party City store-bought beard hanging onto their chin. So a lot of the Marshy ones, anything surrounding Marshy, man, it's going to be funny. He's a character.
Hey, where do you get these the Phil's trousers? No, not trousers.
Overalls.
Overalls. Yeah, the shorts. Yeah. Where do you? Has the team supplied you with those, or where'd you pick them up?
So Foco sent them to me last year just randomly, and I thought they were awesome. And so I one day put them on after a win, and guys were thinking it was pretty good, pretty funny. And then they liked them too, so I ended up getting some for the whole team. We wore them on a trip to Milwaukee last year, and it's kind of just caught fire. They are awesome, and they hold a ton of beer.
Yes,
so,
I noticed.
For those people who don't want to keep waiting in line at the concessions, go ahead and grab yourself as many beers as possible, stuff them into your overalls, and then take your walk back to your seat. You can limit your times you got to go to concessions.
That's ingenious. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, work smarter, not harder.
Marissa just shouted down this note and wanted me to ask if you were there when Marsh rode the bull at Xfinity Live on Monday night.
I was there. Yes. Yeah.
Listen, you still got the postseason to go. No need to get on mechanical bulls at this point.
No doubt. Kelly Davis, our security guy, does a solid job of walking over to the guy running the bull and going, "Hey, man, you don't want to be the least favorite guy in Philly. You make that thing go real slow, and you do not go long." Kelly's very aware of that. So he gets up there, but he ain't getting tossed off.
I love it.
So, Garrett, as a chief vibes officer in the locker room and an unofficial DJ for the team, you released the playlist for the 2024 playoffs the other day. Obviously, we've all gotten used to Dancing on My Own for the last couple of years. What song should we be paying attention to most in 2024?
It's a huge combination of songs, and the Armentani brothers did a great job. I've known them for a couple years now. They're local to Philly. Diehard Philly fans, have been through bloodlines. So it was cool to get somebody that's so close and attached to the city to create it. As far as the specific song goes, Dancing on My Own makes an appearance in there because as far as the vocal people go on Twitter and on social media, they obviously did not like it and didn't want it anymore, second place song. And hey, I don't blame them. I don't necessarily entirely disagree with them. But for the people that did like it and love it and still want it, it's in there. The Sunshine My Girl song plays right after as the first song, also a banger. Also a couple ad-libs to throw in there from players and other things. And so it's pretty funny. We love it. We're going to add some more ad-libs as things go on from interviews and whatnot. But the drops are just incredible. It's a fun playlist to listen to.
Well, speaking of music, I want to stay on that topic because I love walk-up songs for batters that are walking up to the plate. I think my favorite in all of the league, no offense, is Bryson Stott. I just love hearing the crowd cheer, sing along with it. But in your humble opinion, who's got the best walk-up song? You're not allowed to say yourself. Who's got the best walk-up song on the team and in the league, do you think?
For me on our team, it is Stoddard. Harp has 4 really good ones. One that he changes the country one quite a bit, but the tally-ho is good. And he's got one for every at bat because, the showman has to have one for each. On our team, I'd say Stoddard takes the cake on that one. As far as the rest of the league goes, Charlie Blackmon does "I Just Want to Use Your Love," and then the whole crowd goes "Tonight."
Okay, all right.
And so I love the ones that get the crowds involved. I think those are awesome. And Colorado actually brings in a great crowd, winning or losing. So it's fun to go there, and he's got a pretty good one.
Okay.
All right. So I actually had this idea. I gave it to John Brazier. I don't know if he did anything with it, but since you do work closely with Kyle Schwarber, maybe you could do this as a fundraiser for his foundation. But auctioning off the opportunity for somebody to pick your walk-up song.
Ooh.
I think that.
Yeah.
I mean, you would be able to get first right of refusal. You say, "No, I am not walking up to Baby Shark."
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? But
Sure.
I think that could be a good fundraiser, and I think it could be could get a lot of money for. And you have multiple players on the team that you can do this for.
Yeah. I don't think that I would be a good pick for this, considering I get about 100 at-bats, 150 at-bats a season. But I can definitely throw that around the locker room. I'm
Only
sure
for one
somebody
game.
would.
Only not for the whole season.
Yeah, we got 20. What is it? 28 roster right now. 28 good dudes that are always looking to do things for the community. So I'm sure that would be a really cool thing to auction off and people to actually feel a part of on the field during the game. And it would, could raise money for a really good cause. So
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody would love to do that.
Casey, you made me think of something I had never considered. The entire league do all players have exclusivity to the walk-up song that they use, or do some people use the same song? And how much of an
Funny you
issue?
say that. Yeah. I would say as far as current player to current player, no, but the Enter Sandman and Hell's Bells for Trevor Hoffman. I mean, I grew up in San Diego. Helsley with the Cardinals was using Hell's Bells when we went to St. Louis. And I was kind of like, that's a tough one to touch.
It is, yeah. Pretty moody.
Out there and broke records. If it's an ode to Trevor Hoffman, cool. I get that. But there's certain ones that, and those two are the first that come to mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, those ones I feel like are for the Hall of Famers.
Untouchable.
They own it.
Yep.
They retired it. Don't touch it.
All right.
Garrett, it was really cool to see, the John Middleton, the principal face and the owner, show up in the locker room and challenge you guys to bring the trophy back. He is such an approachable face of the organization. He ends up in the 300 level, the 400 level, hanging out with fans all the time. I know that he's your boss and he's the owner of the team, but can you speak to a little bit about what Mr. Middleton brings to the clubhouse, to the team, to the organization?
Yeah, I mean, what you saw in that post-game speech is John Middleton to a T. The guy's been out there shagging balls before. This guy doesn't need to be out there hanging out, picking up baseballs in batting practice, or hanging out with fans and throwing baseballs to them and making them feel really a part of it and hanging out with people. I mean, that's just who he is to his core. Whether he's a billionaire, a team owner, he could do all these other things, but he wants to be a part of the community. And that's John Middleton. And the guy that you saw with that passion and that fire, he didn't write that line down to, fire anybody up. He was firing himself up and that's how he feels inside about this team. You see it in the way he goes and gets players. And you see it where he's in the stands with the fans, hanging out and really being a part of it. I got a feeling John Middleton might have been one of those frat house basement guys contributing to the beer showers. But he loves being in the mix in the locker room after those wins. And we hope and plan on a lot more beer and champagne showers, and eventually that ultimate one where we get to do it on Broad Street.
Yes.
Yeah. So my friend just told me that Callum Scott actually is going to be in Philadelphia on October 10th.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
He's taking advantage of it. He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, we got to wrap this, but we're just stoked where this is. We're happy for you guys. We're excited. Red October starting again, and we can sit back and just get ready for it to all happen. But you guys got a game tonight, last one at home before the playoffs begin. So thanks for taking the time. We know you're really, really busy right about now, but just keep doing it. It's so much fun watching you guys. We're having fun, obviously, with the success you're having, but I get a real kick out of watching how much fun you guys are having making it happen. So congratulations so far, man.
Well, I appreciate you, and we appreciate you over at the stadium. It's going to be a fun Red October. looking forward to giving the city a lot more wins through the rest of the month.
Awesome, brother. Thank you so much. All right, give it up for Garrett. Yeah. We'll see you soon, man. All right. There it goes. There it is. I can't. That kills my ears. Yeah, me too. I can't stand that. The what do you call that?
The reverb? Is it?
Yeah. No. It's the gaps. They put actual dead pauses, very short dead pauses, and I forgot what style of music came out with that initially, and it bothers me. It affects my ears in a negative FU kind of way. I don't like it. I hate you. All right.
Is it dubstep? I
think it's dubstep.
Okay,
yeah.
all right,
Thank you, Nick. All right.
There it is.
That's Bill's dubstep.
Oh my God. It's 10:15. We haven't done the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, I'll keep this one kind of short, and it's brought to you by Family and Company Jewelers. Planning on getting engaged? Go see Angelo and the team at Family and Company Jewelers. You can get her the perfect engagement ring, a ring from Family and Company, South Jersey's diamond destination. 21-year-old rock climber died after sustaining major injuries while climbing Devil's Tower National Monument.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the fall occurred on Sunday, shortly before 8 p.m., when Devil's Tower law enforcement was informed that a rock climber, Stuart Philip Porter, was rappelling down the second pitch of El Craco when he fell and sustained major injuries in a fall.
Mountain's butt.
Porter's partner was stranded and later rescued from the wall of the tower.
I wonder how many fatalities are associated with Devil's Tower.
Not as many as you would think.
I think because most people don't take it on, right?
Over the 100-plus year climbing history at the tower, there have only been 7 climbing deaths.
Right.
And that's it.
Steve, is actually technically not a very difficult climb.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
Wow,
it's like
it looks horrible.
It does, but there's actually a bit of a slant to a lot of it.
Oh, is there?
Yeah, so
Okay.
the climb itself is not technically that difficult.
All right, then I'm going to do it.
Park officials said while climbing fatalities at Devil's Tower are infrequent, it is still inherently dangerous, and they took the opportunity to remind the public of proper safety measures to take while climbing. Jessica Johnson, a South Carolina woman, was hospitalized after her arms ballooned up after a CrossFit workout. While participating
Was she eating spinach?
At the Murph Challenge, which involves 300 squats, 200 push-ups, and 100 pull-ups.
Oh, man.
And then running another mile afterwards. Johnson felt extreme soreness and swelling in her arms the next day. She then lost feeling in her hands, leading her to seek medical attention. Doctors diagnosed Johnson with rhabdoid.
You have rye bread syndrome. What is that? Rye bread syndrome.
No, it's...
it affects your hearing.
Rhabdomyolysis, a dangerous condition where muscles break down and release toxins into the bloodstream.
Oh, well, look at a picture of her arm. It's crazy.
This condition, often caused by intense exercise, can lead to organ failure.
Oh, my God.
Johnson's arms were cut open to relieve the swelling. And she also has some liver damage. After 4 days in the hospital, Johnson made a full recovery. Do me a favor, Nick. See if you can pull up this story, because I would like to add this to the Bizarre File. It was yesterday. There was a lacrosse team that got a workout from a Navy SEAL, and it nearly killed some of them. Like they were severely in bad shape. So I'll get to that story after.
Yeah, I'm going to skip the Navy SEAL workout.
After 4 days in the hospital, Johnson made a full recovery, but was advised to take it easy with exercise. She had decided to avoid intense workouts like the Murph Challenge and focus on gentler activities.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here you go. 9 Tufts lacrosse players hospitalized after workout led by grad of Navy SEAL training. So they were hospitalized. I'm reading this story for the first time.
Was it dehydration?
No. Hang on a second. They were hospitalized with a condition. Hang on, I have to back up on this. Oh, no. Anyhow, so it was this severe. It's called. Yeah, it's the same thing this girl had.
Same thing.
Yeah, they call it rhabdo for short. It's a dangerous condition which muscles can break down and release damaging substances into the blood.
Sounds like a cruise ship singer.
So yeah, this is apparently these guys were in a pretty bad way, and I guess they are doing better. It didn't say that anybody died. So when you're doing these, I'm going to really push it hard.
Yeah,
you got to be careful.
He sold more albums than the Beatles. Rhabdo.
It says 6 of the students were released from the hospital. 3 are still receiving treatment.
Please do not exercise.
Oh, hey, thank you for saying that.
So my gym has a body pump class that I really been thinking about trying it.
Is it rhabdo approved?
I don't know if it's rhabdo approved, but I'm so nervous to try it because I think it's going to kill me.
I think as long as the Navy SEAL is not teaching it, you're okay.
Yeah, if you take the world's most premium as physical specimens, probably stay away from what they're doing unless you are one yourself.
All right, and I have one more story and we're going to wrap up here. A man was arrested in Oregon after crashing his car into a home while impaired and distractions, police said.
Back home to Oregon.
Billy Holt, listen to this, admitted to drinking, eating chicken, and watching ESPN on his phone as he crashed.
So he's doing all the right stuff.
Yeah.
And why?
It occurred.
I'm watching TV.
It occurred after midnight on September 21st. Holt faces charges including DUI and reckless driving.
Chicken!
But police want to remind the public
Jimmy!
of...
That's the name of
He
the
named
chicken.
it. He named the chicken.
That's my chicken, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Jimmy!
Police want to remind...
Cock-a-doodle-doo. He likes it.
Wanted to remind the public of the dangers of impaired and distracted driving. So he was drinking, eating chicken, and watching ESPN on his phone.
I'd take a flamethrower to this place.
And operating a flamethrower.
Can't do that. Well, that's how he's cooking the chicken.
The plane, yes. Or not a plane, it was a car.
Well, it can turn into a plane.
Yeah, it could. All right, and that's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back, Jimmy. Stick around because we got more on the way. Lesson, question, trash, and music news.
Jimmy!
Yeah. All right, we'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
I gotta pick up chicks with Bob the Builder on my T-shirt. All right, yeah. I did a show a few weeks ago, and there's a guy in the audience, and he was in a wheelchair, and he didn't have any legs, right? And I immediately started making fun of him, and he laughing. You can tell he's laughing because the chair was moving back and forth real fast, and the audience got mad. And one dude stood up. He's like, "Stop making fun of him! What if he gets mad at you?" And I was like, "I'll run up some stairs. I'm not worried. This guy's not gonna do. He's not a threat." So yeah, it's always the people that don't have the ailment that I'm talking about that get mad.
Do you ever get hit up for do scripts come your way for
Yeah.
And what's the most bizarre you've gotten sent your way?
Oh my god.
Because you had when the Hervé Villechaize story was being done, right?
Well, yeah, because that's Dinklage though.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
He produced it.
He's the Dinklage is the top guy. I hate Peter Dinklage. It's strictly jealousy. It has nothing to do with him as a person. He's probably a delightful human being, but he's in everything. If they made a movie and called it the Brad Williams story, it would be starring Peter Dinklage. It's madness.
What's the craziest thing you've been offered? Yeah.
Well, the craziest thing I was ever offered, and I actually did it. So this one dude wrote me and said, "Hey, I'm doing a horror film, and I need you to be like a monster or whatever."
Really?
And I was like, "All right, cool." And I had to sit in the chair. They put the mold all around me. You have to sit there for however many minutes.
It's claustrophobic, right?
Yeah, so the mold sets. It's really kind of scary. And then you do it, and then he goes, "Okay, this could be the monster mold." And I did the film. It's like some low budget independent.
Yeah.
It's nothing anyone's seen. What I didn't know is that the guy took the mold and sold it to somebody who turned me into a sex toy.
Are you kidding?
That is
There's a Brad Williams sex doll?
Yes. Well, not anymore because I sued them.
Were you flattered?
Unbelievable.
Were you slightly flattered?
Slightly flattered, but dude, it was was freaky because someone gave me the website.
Did you get one at least before you sued him? Because you could literally go F yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My wife could have something to do while I was gone. But yeah, like I looked at this website. It was me. It was
God,
me. And I just thought to myself, like, how weird is this going to be if someone on the street who bought this sees me walking the other way and just goes, whoa, like, and it just like has this weird reaction. I'm like, why are you acting like that? He's like, I usually put my penis somewhere on you. That's great.
Was it being marketed as Brad Williams? Or?
No,
I'm sure not. Yeah.
No, it was marketed as like a midget sex toy. Like this is how you could bang a dwarf. And
What
I'm
a
just
world!
Like,
Wow.
Yeah, and
What
I'm just
a
like,
world.
wow. So yeah, I had to get my legal team involved in that.
Brad, what were they going for? Do you know? I'm just curious.
It was like $125. It was like an expensive sex toy.
Wow.
I once was asked to play in a charity golf tournament, and I thought, absolutely great, I'll go play in the charity golf tournament. And I do, and they had these golf carts that had the names of all the celebrities on the golf carts. So I'm walking, and it's Bill Engvall was in it, and like some guy from Greece, not John Travolta, so who the hell cares? And then I see my golf cart. It says Wee Man on the golf cart.
No way.
Yeah, it says Wee Man on the golf cart. And at first I was pissed. And then the group I was playing with start walking towards me going, oh, we're so glad we got Wee Man. All our friends got lame celebrities. We got Wee Man. I'm like, oh, God, now I got it.
Yep.
Now I can't be like, you actually did get a lame celebrity. So I faked it. I faked being Wee Man because I thought, these guys are giving a lot of money to charity.
Sure.
Let's make sure they have a good time. So like I faked it. I started saying I was Wee Man. Then we get to this hole that's sponsored by Hooters, because if you play in these charity golf tournaments, there's all the holes that are sponsored by different restaurants, corporations, whatever. So the hole is sponsored by Hooters. It's a bunch of girls. They're the Hooters girls. They have the wings and beer and stuff. And we walk up, and this Hooters waitress sees me and goes, "That's not Wee Man."
Wow.
And everyone, and I'm like, wait, no, I'm Wee Man, like it, because now this has gone down to like 12, 14 holes. I can't just suddenly turn around. So I'm like, no, what are you talking about? I'm Wee Man. And she goes, no, that's not Wee Man. I had sex with Wee Man.
Oh, God.
You are not Wee Man. And I'm like, what? So I run up to her.
Oh, my God.
I grab her by the wrist, and I kind of explain to her the situation. And I'm like, hey, I know I'm not Wee Man. These guys are doing it for charity. Think I am. The freaking charity thought I was.
Yeah.
Like, so it's on them. This is not me trying to do this. Just play along. And I peeled her off like $40, because when you give $40 to a Hooters waitress, they'll do anything.
So did she immediately, was she receptive to it, or did you have to work her?
She immediately flipped around and was like, oh, okay, totally get it. And she's like, never mind, I was wrong, Wee Man. And I thought, kudos to her.
Yeah.
Because she's, first of all, she blatantly just yelled out in front of a group of strangers, I had sex with a midget. And then a few minutes later says to the same strangers, I had sex with a midget and forgot which midget it was. So that's kudos to her.
Yeah, that's worth $40.
That's worth $40 just for that moment. But then,
oh my God,
here's the best part.
All right,
it's not done. Here's the best part. I like, so now the problem is solved, and now the guys are like all teeing off, and I go to the back and I kind of go to her and go, hey, so you had sex with Wee Man? And she goes, yeah, I had sex with Wee Man. And she goes, here, he came in the restaurant, he chatted me up, and it was good. I recognized him, and then we had a little fun. And then she goes, here, I'll show you a picture. And she busts out the picture, and she shows me the picture, and I look at the picture, and I go, that's my dwarf friend Sean.
Oh, no. Yes! That's not Wee Man.
That's not Wee Man.
She did not have sex with Wee Man. She had sex with Sean.
I like Kevin Costner, so I'm sticking to it. You know what he's doing? He does the voice of the dog in The Art of Racing in the Rain, that new movie coming out.
The Art of Racing in the Rain. What's that about?
So it's one of these endless series of stories like a dog's purpose of dogs. I'm a sucker for all of them, but this is another. You're hearing the dog's thoughts, right? And Milo Ventimiglia, and who is the girl from Mean Girls?
I know who you're talking
about. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I love her to death.
Amanda Seyfried.
Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah.
And so it's actually my wife's favorite book. But I kept seeing the commercial. I'm like, I know that voice. It's Kevin Costner.
Cool.
I would love to see what they're actually thinking.
Why don't you lick her butt? Go ahead.
Never mind.
No, you'd love to see what? It's about the dog thing?
Yeah.
All right, what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
It's the story of a dog and his thoughts.
Lick her butt. Go ahead, lick it. You love it.
I licked mine. I love that.
Hey, where do you want to go for dinner, buddy? Doesn't matter. I eat frozen turds. So when are you going to lick her ass?
Get off that!
Lick her butt already.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, buddy.
All right.
I love you, man. I know you're getting up there in years. Yeah. Did you lick her butt yet? Because that's really a lot of what dogs think about.
That's what they do. They love it. Yeah.
Hey, I just ate some tampons.
Oh, my God. Dude, we eventually...
I know.
It's finally stopped in our house. We finally got a trash can with a little closing lid on the top of it.
Right. They're predators.
For the bathroom.
If they're going to rip a rabbit to pieces in your yard,
yeah, exactly.
A tampon's like a buffet.
Oh, my cats can get into those trash cans.
Oh, really?
I have to put the heavy tissue box holder on top of the trash can with the lid.
No kidding. Okay.
Pets are so fun and
Aren't
cute.
they? Aren't they adorable?
They're eating your tampons.
Yeah, they rip animals apart in the backyard.
Buddy, is your paw hurt? Yeah, it doesn't feel too good. Did you lick her butt yet?
I have a question for you, Steve.
Lay it on me.
Should I get into the Bachelorette stuff here in a little bit, or we can?
We did it as a separate segment.
We can parse it out here if you want. All right, so Jed, pop the question.
All right.
We got the clip here.
Now this is the dummy who is a up and coming musician, and to this point, the only thing he's sold is a dog food jingle.
Hey, that's an accomplishment. That's
it's not even a good dog food jingle.
I would love to see throughout the series when he's talking to the camera and saying, I'm really just looking to find someone that I can fall in love with and all this. And at the end of this going, well, I really did this for my career because I figured it would boost my visibility a little bit.
Right.
That's really what I was doing.
But if you're trying to paint yourself as sort of an emotional, in-touch singer-songwriter, and this is the way you treat this girl, it's not going to really work for you.
Oh, we have his jingle. Marissa just sent over his dog food jingle.
Here we go.
All right, here we go. Dup Boss, 93.3 WMOR. So Bruce this morning in Glory Days. It is 10:30. Wow. We went long, but hey, we had Garrett Stubbs on, man, and he was so much fun to talk to. We just kept going on and on and on. So a little bit tardier than usual with our lesson question. We'll get to it right now, though, and we will give away a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Deftones with the Mars Volta. This show is going to be Friday, April 4th at the Wells Fargo Center. And the question I think we're going to go with is, earlier this morning we were talking about traveling back in time. What historical figure would Steve want to see in action? 215-263-WMMR. We're talking about that about 7:40 this morning. What historical figure would Steve want to see in action? 215-263-WMMR. If you heard that, call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, let's get right into some stories for you, Steve. What's going on this morning?
Well, Vince McMahon, as you brought this up earlier, Preston, he's attacking a new Netflix documentary about him as pure garbage. McMahon admits he hasn't seen the finished series, but made the assumption because he says he's pure garbage.
Oh, my God.
75-year-old wrestling legend, another wrestling story, Ric Flair and his wife Wendy Barlow are ending their marriage of 6 years. Barlow says she decided to leave when Woo stopped being Flair's wrestling scream and became the sound he makes while pissing.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Ghost Adventures host Zach Baggins has purchased the ashes of notorious serial killer Samuel Little for his horror museum in Las Vegas. Responding to critics, Baggins insists he's not capitalizing on the murder of innocent people, saying the ashes will be in the lobby before you have to pay. And that's your Hollywood.
All right, let's see if you do indeed know the answer to this question. What historical figure would Steve want to see in action? 215-263-WMMR. And we are going to go to Scott, see if we can get a correct one from him. Scott. Good morning, Scott.
Hi.
Hi. All right. Scott, what historical figure would Steve want to see in action?
John Holmes.
Yes, John Holmes. And I like that Nick took the time to write down on the answer here, John the Wad Holmes. So, Scott, hang on the line. We are going to get your information. And we, sir, are going to set you up with a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Deftones with the Mars Volta Friday, April 4th at the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster. All right, let's get into music.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right.
Wait, what was that? Is that Coldplay?
Yeah, artwork.
That was Coldplay.
Okay, yeah.
And then the was me trying to say just a letter.
That was a letter.
That was a letter.
That's a vowel right there.
Yeah.
So it's
And you were just excited about Coldplay?
I guess so.
Yeah, he's walking towards the mic.
Yeah.
This goes back to the studios of Y100.
Yeah, that was in Conchi.
Oh, my God.
I've come a long way, guys.
Yes, you have. Yes, you have. All right. So if there's a band that knows how to keep the momentum going, it's Linkin Park, the group. And we have a piece of audio. Okay, so don't hit it, but have it ready. The group, which debuted a new co-vocalist, drummer, album, and tour earlier this month, has now released its second single from that album, Heavy is the Crown. And it isn't just another song either. It's also the 2024 League of Legends World Championship anthem. They also announced a few dates being added to their From Zero tour. Stops in Paris, Dallas, and Sao Paulo. Club tickets, club exclusive ticket pre-sales start today, and general sales start on Friday. So this new song called Heavy is the Crown, it's lighter fare, and I have Marissa grab this one little segment that stood out to me as I was listening to it this morning. You want to hear it?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
This is what you
Pretty.
Dude.
Where's the part about the tiny little tail?
Did you hear that scream? It's insane.
This is what you
That's how long she holds this.
I could do it that long.
Oh, shut up.
Yeah, I totally could.
Okay.
I don't understand how they sing like that.
I don't either. Yeah.
Actually, the Casey thing, play it again.
Okay, from the beginning. Here we go.
This is what you
It fits right in there. Wow.
That's a scream.
Mhm.
Yeah.
She can wail. All right, so let me see. One more story, and then that's it. But this is pretty damn cool. A statue depicting Johnny Cash was unveiled yesterday at the U.S. Capitol, making the Man in Black the first musician to have his likeness represented in Statuary Hall.
That stands for United States.
Yes, U.S. Capitol. United States.
Okay.
So the 8-foot-tall statue depicts the I Walk the Line singer with his head slightly downturned, a Bible in one hand and the other on his chest, a guitar slung over his back. Cash, a Kingsland, Arkansas native, died in Nashville, Tennessee at the age of 71. I thought he was older than 71. He looked way older.
He looked like he was that. Listen, I think "Hurt" is an astonishing song. His performance of it is astonishing. The video associated with it, and that was just a month before he died. Preston, you would have thought he was in his late 80s.
Yeah. Throughout his career, he produced 40 years of hits, including Folsom Prison Blues, Ring of Fire, A Boy Named Sue, and as Steve mentioned, Hurt. Roseanne Cash, daughter of Johnny, took to the podium at the ceremony and said, "What a remarkable day. In my wildest dreams, I couldn't have imagined. Words cannot come close to expressing our pride to see my dad accorded such a singular privilege, the first musician in history to be included into the Statuary Hall collection." She said, I'm very careful not to put words in his mouth since his passing. But on this day, I can safely say that he would feel that of all the many honors and accolades he received in his lifetime, this is the ultimate.
If he was here, he would say...
She said, thank you, Kevin Crease, for capturing his very essence in bronze. A sculptor from Little Rock, Arkansas, Crease has crafted 2 other statues of Cash and other Arkansas musicians like Al Green, Glenn Campbell, and Levon Helm.
Yeah, this looks particularly good. I'd say they really captured him, and the fact that it is all in black.
I love it.
Is terrific.
The ceremony closed with the performance of I Walk the Line from the U.S. Air Force Band and the benediction delivered by Dr. Mike Garrett, a nephew of Johnny Cash. In the Capitol's National Statuary Hall collection, each state has the opportunity to donate 2 statues to represent their most notable residents. A statue of Daisy Bates, a civil rights activist and journalist who documented the end of segregation in Arkansas, most recently joined the gallery on behalf of Arkansas.
This was done yesterday?
Yeah.
All right, so I thought Jackie Bam Bam was in the picture, first person on the left, but that couldn't have been him.
No.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Stop it.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That is incredible.
It's an old lady.
Yeah, but with the same hair.
With the same hair.
Oh my God. Oh, Casey.
All right. That's what I have in music news for you this morning. We are going to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We'll get the real hair. in
That's
here.
right, yeah.
Jackie Bam Bam will be in just a moment, so make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
This is for dog food?
It's for dog food.
Okay.
And the dog is waiting.
The dog's what?
The dog's waiting for the master to come home.
Okay.
And it's a high-quality dog food.
Okay. Is the dog wearing something sexy?
Sexy, lingerie, yeah. And has a dildo in one paw.
Okay.
The dog really does deserve the best. Go pick him up some better balls.
You know, and the thing, it's beautiful. Okay, so here's the deal. And his reason for doing the commercial is real, because this is the food that he's been eating at home himself, because the career's not going well. Man, I love this stuff. You put it on some bread, it's delicious.
And then the last birthday today, our favorite butthole, Hope Solo.
Hope Solo's butthole.
Hope Solo, the goaltender for the women's U.S. Soccer team. And then we found out there was a Twitter account called Hope Solo's Butthole because she had posted naked pictures of herself, and apparently you could see that particular part of her body, and somebody took upon that name, and we just thought it was funny.
Our favorite Twitter account. That and Bill Weston's hair.
Do you remember she had, there was some controversy of her being abusive, I think it was?
Yes, to an ex-boyfriend.
Yeah.
A family member too, right?
Yeah, something along
She
those
beat
lines.
the hell out of like a niece or nephew or something.
I've forgotten, but
she was arrested in 2014, charged with 2 misdemeanor counts of assault and in the 4th degree.
Wow. Lest I remind you that her butthole has never been arrested.
Not once.
Yeah.
How old is she?
I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're going to have to arrest your butthole.
Why? How do you cuff them?
Wait a second. I'm just collateral damage. I didn't do anything.
We're taking this butthole downtown.
Why does anybody talk to me about it?
This is not right. Get my lawyer. What, you just expect me to pucker up and go along?
Right,
sorry,
Gabby.
Mr. Butthole.
Oh, yeah.
Mister.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Hope Solo and her butthole.
You guys are just being wacky.
They both turned 38 today.
They're both 38. He's one of the co-creators of the band Mr. Big. He is one of the biggest, most badass guitarists in the world, in my humble opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the program, Mr. Paul Gilbert. I want to explain to some people who may not know the name Paul Gilbert. You have a lot of fans. Most guitarists would know who you are.
Everybody who knows me knows me.
Yeah, exactly, right?
100% of those
But I've only had one. I was only famous for 2 weeks in 1992. So that's
So, Paul, when I do meet people and we're talking music, and I'll say, one of my favorite guitarists, this guy Paul Gilbert, if they're a guitarist, they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Some people don't, and I have to explain. Okay, so, he was in this band, Mr. Big. Before that, there was this band called Racer X. You may or may not know. Metal, real intense, shredding, crazy, really technical, awesome music. But then I try to explain your solo career as well.
Good luck.
And that's so it's hard to quantify it, because there's elements of blues and jazz and metal and all this stuff. What's a good way to describe your music?
Well, it's still evolving, and the discovery I made was that I really always wanted to be not a guitar player, but a lead singer. Because when I was a kid, those were the records I had. My parents had the Beatles records and Stones and bands that had lead vocalists. And I liked Led Zeppelin because Robert Plant had a great voice. Now, I didn't have a particularly great voice, and that didn't stop me from trying.
Right.
But it also didn't stop me from kind of not doing as well as I would have liked to as a lead singer. So the discovery that I made on this new album, Behold Electric Guitar, is that I can actually play the vocal line on the guitar. So, take it like a really challenging vocal, like, the hey, mama said the way you move, which, with my little falsetto is not so great.
Right.
But, you play it on guitar. And suddenly, those notes are there. And it's just, it's my responsibility to get them right, but at least I can hit them.
Well, I was mentioning to you the song Let That Battery Die, which is on the new album, and that is exactly what I thought. I'm like, it sounds like someone singing.
Yeah, well, that's how I wrote the tunes, was that I would have a lyric, and, the initial lyrics for that were like, what was it? My battery is low, but my mind is high. And again, I'm squeaking it out.
Yeah.
But with the guitar, I can get a lot of control and a nice tone. And so for the first time in my life, I'm actually able to connect my inner melodic generator with an instrument that functions.
Can you give us a little of the Rocky you were playing before, the Rocky theme?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
YouTube thing you mentioned is amazing. I grew up with albums, so I never expected to communicate with the world that way. And I do have to mention one. If you're in YouTube, there's one where I was doing a clinic and I had this little loop pedal, and I decided to put like the most scary, frightening shred lick that I could ever do inside the loop pedal. So I just pressed the button and it goes. Yeah. And I would pretend to play with my teeth, and then I would press that button, and the whole audience was like, "Oh my God!" and so of course
he's playing with his teeth.
Yeah, he was playing sweep picking with his teeth. How did he do that? And it was a guitar clinic, so everybody raised their hands and goes like, "How did you do that with your teeth?" And I said, "Well, it's pretty impressive to do sweep picking with your teeth, but I said it's really impressive to do it with your ass."
Oh, yes.
And then I just wiped the guitar,
That's great.
on my backside.
Yeah.
And I'm still a fan of the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and Aerosmith and the regular rock bands. And so now I can step on stage and really be the lead singer via my guitar.
Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worried that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something, she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
my wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would
Smashing Pumpkins, 93.3 WMMR. Song is called Sagomi. And it is 10:49 on this Wednesday morning with the Preston and Steve Show. You know we forgot to do. We normally do this ahead of time. We didn't get a secret text number caller. Kathy, keep this one a wee number, a little bitty one.
337,000. I'm going to go with caller 3.
Caller 3 at 215-263. WMMR. We have your shot at winning our prize. So you need to know the secret text word in order to win. So call right now. We'll go through some other things while we are awaiting that phone call. I would like to thank our guests. We had such a cool morning today. I want to thank both Jordan Peterson and Anna Vidovic for joining us from the Philadelphia Classical Guitar Society. Anna is considered one of the greatest classical guitarists in the world, and she performed 2 songs for us this morning, and she lives in Philly.
She apparently came here, heard our show, and said, "This is where I need to be.
I need to live here."
Because they're so cultural.
She was really cool. Very, very nice. And as you can imagine, an amazing guitarist. So we'll make sure we post some of that later on for you to see it. Or if you want to check the podcast later on or watch our YouTube, I'd watch the video because seeing her do her thing was really, really cool. And then we had an amazing conversation with the Phillies' Garrett Stubbs. Stubbs, obviously, and company have their last game of the regular season tonight, last home game of the regular season, and then we're headed to Red October. And there's also a charity angle that he wanted to mention, and it is through BreakingT.com. He and Schwarber put together a T-shirt and a hoodie, by the way, that you can buy, and the proceeds go to Kyle's charity, which helps out first responders and police. So it's a really fun caricature of he and Stubbs together, and it's called Winners Win. So if you can order that, it'll go to a great cause, and he wanted us to make sure we mention that. So it was such a great conversation with him. We loved chatting with him. And let's see. We now have our caller. We can go to the third caller and see if we can get a winner. It is Brian who's on the line. Yo, Brian, morning.
Good morning. How's it going?
Awesome, buddy. Do you know the secret text word?
As lollipop.
Lollipop. That's right, buddy. Hang on. We're going to give you a pair of tickets to see Kevin Hart, the Acting My Age Tour, which is the 3rd show recently added, Friday, December 6th at the Met, Philadelphia, and tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. And we grabbed a random texter, and that is Liam Wagner of Millville, New Jersey. So
nice.
Congratulations, Liam. You're going to go see Kevin Hart as well. Jackie Bam Bam is here. Hey, ma'am.
I am here. I'm waiting for my walk-on music. I heard that.
Oh, yes.
I was thinking, what would mine be?
What would yours be?
The Mummers, maybe, or Shake Me Cinderella? I don't know.
I was thinking a Cinderella song, would be probably good, but
not a Stone song?
Yeah, maybe that, too. It's so hard to pick.
Not Gino Vanelli?
I just want to stop. Hit it. Yeah. Don't get me started.
No, I think Steve's right. Stones, because as you walk out,
do a little Mick.
You could do your Mick dance.
Yeah. That would work.
Yeah.
If I ever get on the field again, if Razor is listening, it'll be a Mummers night again. I get to dance with the Philly Fanatic. Red October.
That was really cool.
This would be it,
Jackie does a wonderful Mick Jagger impression, which I love seeing at any point in time. All right, you ready for the letter of the day, buddy?
I am ready.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter. And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter A as in Astronomical.
Whoa! Astronomical.
That's
All
a
right.
big one.
Yeah.
Do it.
That's
Do
a
it.
good one.
We have an adventure aquarium encounter experience. You can experience a 4-pack of tickets and an adventure aquarium merch pack. You can dive into family fun at Fantastic Pumpkin Glow at Adventure Aquarium, overflowing with aquatic pumpkin sculptures and open now through November 3rd. All right, what's on tap for today, Jackie?
Set the Mickey Mouse watches at noon. It's our turn to give away $1,000, so I will announce the good money at Keyword. Also at noon, Pierre on the Workforce Blocks gives us the Doors, celebrating the 57th anniversary of their sophomore album, Strange Days. We'll track through that. It was a sad day in 80. Bonzo, John Bonham from Zeppelin, passed away. We'll do that, talk about that, and in the prize coffer, once again, Brett Michaels of Poison tickets.
Excellent. All right, let me thank the sponsors, the fine people that sponsor the Preston and Steve Show, like Duncan. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan, also brought to you by Acme Markets, Fresh Foods, Local Flavors, and Wilmington University. Find your education home at Wilmington University, wilmu.edu. Tomorrow's program, Thursday, we will welcome, Phillies announcer Oscar Budahane will be joining us in studio. He does the Spanish
he's great.
version. He's wonderful. And we'll also have comedian Joe Bartnick in the studio. And we'll do all our Thursday things, too. That's it. We are done. Rage on and have yourself a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Thank you.